the interior design, right, starts at, whatever DD or based on different projects, right, is to bring them on earlier. And that's maybe for commercial projects. If I have a project that they have they're going to do an installation in the middle. That is an isolated element. The architect and the installation designer are not working together at all. And so I think that's where, if we can work together with our clients to explain how the process needs to be more in parallel with all the different disciplines, I think that would also help.
But I would say that it's a much longer process, because now you say it stops when the building is finished, or let's say the product is finished or whatever. But I think then it only starts, because then people start using the thing. So when you're talking about, to come back to circularity, the whole use phase, it can be quite long for a building, but there's renovations, there are all kind of things. So in fact, I think we have to take much more responsibility for what's happening.
I was going to challenge that as well when we say, where does the design stop? Yeah. And I think different cultures have that different perspective as well, different cities, global ones, and this and that. And here we are certain parts of that. And I was going to challenge even after, isn't the biggest part of the design process once you finish the building? Now, how do I bring it to life? How do I create the experience? Still work with the experiences of unlocking everything that I've built, right? Because that's where it changes. And I think, and you see the reactions, you're able to change the ideas that you had, and especially in a longevity perspective, I think it's important that design is there, especially once we open, and how do we bring it back to the people? How are people using it?
I think in that respect, then yes, because it's usually there's like the handover period, or the 1 year period or so that they actually still stay on, like they keep the architect involved. But it is, you design for the long run, and you hope that it would be great if then you did that kind of post analysis, post user, that service, where the architect can still take part in the lifetime of the project. It doesn't exist really that much now. Clients might go back, but
How do you bring these people together? Differing silos, education, government, whatever. What's been your success on bringing different groups together and being successful?
For me, I think because we are working with more like a soft part than the hard physical structures often, the culture of doing collaboration needed to be more pervasive. So far it's kind of hard to have architect from the beginning, because it involves like a budget and schedule, etc., etc. But I think once we aware how it is important to collaborate together, maybe we could have that culture. Hopefully, we set up much longer timeline, and we appreciate this type of discussions each other to create better project. So that culture maybe will be more pervasive later. But for now, I understand it's kind of hard, and the reasons and the situations.
And Clint, you work closely, you said, with a lot of the owners, which is different than the users versus the operators. How do you set the tone? And you want to sell this idea, this creative, brilliant idea.
I like to plant seeds along the way. So from the initial meeting, in sort of side conversations I'll have with each of them, and try to see if we've got some sort of alignment. But also, I think that's always a good opportunity to bring in new ideas that are not the norm at this point. But I think, unfortunately, our profession, or the design profession in general, has been in silos. And it's going to take a lot of work to change that mindset, so we're all able to come to the table together more often. We have some projects that start off great. They've, at the beginning, we've got our consultants, everyone's on board.
But the CFO steps in.
And Julie steps in and cuts the budget.
Where's this budget line?
It takes a special client to understand that to do something special, you've got to have the right cards, right? And you can't just play from the same deck you played last year.
Do you see it different across different parts of the world? How we might have to do a different process here in Asia versus Netherlands?
That's a good question for you, because you work in both.
I would say the process is different. It's funny. The problems are different, but the goals are the same, if that makes any sense. It's very weird that sometimes you find similar issues or processes on two different parts of the world, just totally by chance, because solving a problem is a formula, but who you involve and when changes. And I think also with each project, I mean, you don't even have to go across the world. You can be in the same country, and you have to work with, whether it's various associations, various government entities, bring it back to Lyric. When I first came to Hong Kong, I had to learn what all the acronyms meant in the city. There's quite a few, and how people are involved in reviewing the process and the design process. So it does vary, but it's equally important.
I think it's back to people, right? And I think it was interesting because the last session, they were designing Google in Tokyo, and she said one of the biggest lessons that she learned is that you got different groups. You have the young kids, and at Google, they created 20% of them had to come in, and you had to present to the young kids in hoodies and whatever this was versus the bosses, the C-levels. And he goes, and we had to change how we communicated, depending upon who we were communicating to. And at the heart, it wasn't the same design, it wasn't the same process, but how we brought each of the different groups, multi-generation across, was also the most fascinating thing to me, because you're right, we don't take that into consideration enough. And I think because everyone has their perspective, and we've got multi-generational issues on all of these buildings now, especially in societies that are aging, that we have to respect. But it was an interesting comment that they made.
I feel like we see that in our own offices. You have the more senior designers with the younger designers. They come from completely different generations, different expectations, different relationship with digital tools, and so and I think it's important to have a diversity. I think in your team, because they bring different types of knowledge, soft and hard, and so. It is very important, but it's very interesting about how going back to design and communication, because how do you communicate a design for the different audiences? And it can be very different, and it's the exact same design, and it's very interesting.
Johnny and Sean, one's sketches, one's got in 3D,
right.
A whole different perspective, and I think that's the exciting part about it is co-creation, how we sit down in the beginning, lay it out, take the human first, put that on the line, and then move forward. So with that, I want to thank everybody for joining us. It's been an exciting conversation, and most importantly, I challenge everybody here to also talk to the person, at the break and the different other areas, and somebody that you might not even have anything in common with, and you'll be surprised what you have in common, right? Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the second day of KODW 2023. My name is Vincent and it's a pleasure to be your MC today. Our first keynote speaker will be presented by Ms. Marieke Rietbergen, founder and CEO of Design Innovation Group from our partner country this year, the Netherlands. Ms. Rietbergen has years of experience of guiding government bodies and corporations like IKEA and World Bank to transitioning to a more circular operation while tackling social challenges. We are equally honored to have invited Mr. Bart Asman, Managing Director of ClickNL, a Dutch platform of knowledge and innovation for the creative industry, to moderate this keynote. ClickNL has developed large-scale public-private partnerships around the world. We would also like to thank Steve Lung Design Group to present this keynote session as a silver sponsor. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Rietbergen and Mr. Asman.
Well, thank you for this beautiful introduction, and I think Marieke doesn't need any further introduction from me now. Marieke, please start your keynote on future imagination. I think it's one of the most important key methodologies for designers all around the world. The stage is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to stand. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you as well to the organization for inviting me. I'll talk about imagination because I believe it's impossible to build a better world if you can't imagine it first. I used to work at an international architecture company. As I'm educated as an occupational therapist and a political scientist, I truly enjoyed the endeavors of my colleagues. I thought it was miraculous. They executed a process, a design process, that led to real change. They did something I seldomly saw in any other fields in society. They made change happen over and over again. They started to do research, design for a building, and then 5-6 years later, the building was there, and it's exactly as they envisioned a couple of years beforehand. And I thought, how? I came from this political scientific field. Well, nothing changed there. So I thought, what can we learn from my creative colleagues and how to use that to make real change happen in all these other areas where change should happen? When people think of design, most believe it's about aesthetics. Yesterday, Richard already showed that design is so much more. Nice products, buildings, advertisements. And I realized I didn't fall in love with the end result. I fell in love with the process that made real change happen. A good design fits, maybe aesthetically, but foremost, for me, it is important people want to use the design. And we need so much change in the world. We, the people on this planet, are faced with huge challenges, such as declining biodiversity, climate change, the consequences of overconsumption. And in my opinion, becoming circular is an important part, both of the direction and the solution to go for. Not only for us right now, because that doesn't matter, but for our families, for our children, and for our great-grandchildren, we really need to take care that we don't use more from Mother Earth than is available. So that means we need to change our businesses, our supply chain, the value it brings, how we look to luxury. If we're thinking about making or building this beautiful area, bringing it more buildings, it should be circular. So that means we need to change on so many levels. I figured out that one of the powers of design to make it happen is the ability to reimagine the current situation, and that is what we need. As the transition towards a circular economy is both on a deeply personal and a highly systemic level, becoming circular means moving away from all our linear ways of producing and consuming. Yesterday, Richard stated the take, make, waste society that we're living in. It means we need to adapt our values, our beliefs, our attitudes towards buying new things. That means adapting our behavior. And through adapting these, we, the people creating things, can redesign our structures and systems for the better. And I believe that all our organizations are the knobs to make this change happen. So I propose, so I suppose, well, I'm really easy to talk about change, like, yeah, that's something really great and fun. But most people, and that is really a normal human reaction to change, is that they become stressed, fear, they're worrying, they avoid change. You might see that as well. As soon as I'm saying, hey, we're going somewhere, and we've got no clue where we are going. Usually people are not saying like, oh yeah, great plan. They want to know where we're heading to. And that is why imagination is so important. Because these emotions of fear, avoidance, worrying, they only come if people don't know where they're heading to. It's just a psychological thing. So that's the power of design. It is our power, the power of designers, to envision, to help people understand where we are going to. You can't do it unless you imagine it first. George Lucas, director of Star Wars, said this, and I cannot agree with him more. Please let me take you to an example already from 1939, so way back on the power of imagination. We take a step back. It was 1939. It was almost a troubled period in our world. World War II was about to happen. But in 1939, there was this world exhibition in New York. And this exhibition was full of optimism. There were so many great new technologies that would change the world. And there was one exhibition, Futurama. And that was the exhibition everybody wanted to see. The exhibition gave a glimpse of what North America could become. At that time, car use was still relatively limited. Futurama showed literally the future. A huge highway network of no less than 7 lanes. You see it here, but you can see it nowadays outside as well. And there was a strict separation between living and working. In this future, it is impossible to live without a car. However, the people seeing it gave them a sense of freedom, adventure, and it felt safe. Visitors leaving Futurama got the pin, I have seen the future. And that is how they felt, completely excited. This example shows that imagination and future scenario making are tools for change. You're stating it's one of the most important key methodologies, and that's true. They open new possibilities. Imagination can translate the values that will be self-evident in the future. For example, this feeling free, adventurous, and safe at the first time. Feeling safe. These are self-evident things that we feel nowadays if we are on a highway. So, General Motors was the sponsor of Futurama, and they made these scenarios to strive for as a destination. We do that as well, but we use imagination mostly to open up new perspectives, to broaden our mental horizon, and to inspire people's own imagination. The images and imaginations we develop, they help to discuss the kind of future people actually want. And of course, the ones they really dislike, like no way we should head for that. So imagination and making these images, it helps to ask the right questions. And that's rather important with all the changes that we are about to make towards the circular society. And we experience that repeatedly, imagination helps people to overcome their resistance to change, especially if they were part of making the visions, making the images, making the narratives. You've got different kinds of imagination. And thanks to this diagram of Dunn and Raby and Stuart Candy, I once realized, oh, you've got different kinds of imagination. You've got the probable, you know, that is where most designers are in. We are developing something that will exist. But then it's our task as well to broaden this horizon, to make things happen, or to show things through our images, through our renderings, that is plausible. Like, we could do something different. And then if you look at even broader, then you're into the area of the possible. It probably won't happen, but it helps to think that society might change truly. With our clients, we create all these different kinds of futures. And usually it is to really focus on what is the preferable solution for this client. And in making these imaginations, we always make, well, more or less 4 steps. It starts with illumination, and having an interpretation of the context. We sense the present. We try to give meaning to the now, to what kind of logic is there behind our current world, and what kind of logic should there be in the future? What are the values that will be self-evident in the future? The ones, and once we know, like, oh, but this will be self-evident, then we are starting to think about exploring the consequences. If this is the logic, if we are all going to refuse certain materials, or we're going to take care that everything is about reparations, the consequence will be in the future that we will have so many more people who need to be educated to repair things. We need to adapt our production lines to take care that everything, every product from now on should be able to be repaired. So we're really making a line to, okay, if this is important in the future, what does it mean for the now? But then an important step is needed as well, because we can make it really like a mental exercise. But nothing will change if people don't feel an emotional connection. If people cannot make an emotional connection to it. So through images and through narratives, we are able to make this connection, so that people know, oh, but this is the feeling I've got, this is what we want. To the context, we understood what is going to change, what the consequences of this changed context will be. We made an emotional connection through narratives, through images. And last but not least, we are associated with it. What does this future mean for the now? What I already stated, if the future will be 100% about repairing all our products, all our clothes, the buildings, what will it mean for the economy right now? So that's what we are helping our clients to understand. So what does that mean in everyday practice? We are working for one of the biggest food processing companies in the Netherlands. It's an international company called Zwanenberg Food Group. Their challenge was to develop a vision on sustainability. What would be the preferable direction for them to go to? However, during the last decades, really decades, the company had focused solely on efficiency, on growth, to do more of the same, probably recognizable as that is where most companies are in. Sustainability was considered dull, a money-burning exercise, something for these people who want to do good for the world. And as you can imagine, there was resistance within the company. A shareholder stated, nobody will believe that we, or at least I, am serious about sustainability. Our employees will just not see it happen. And we all know, if the employees don't see it happen, it won't happen. So therefore, we started to do the research to the logics and the values of the company. What would be suitable in this case? How to take care that they do become more sustainable? And then it appeared that the great-grandfather, this guy, was the butcher, and he was as well the founder of the company. And he was the one to conserve meat, because he thought leftover meat, throwing this away, was just too precious. And he knew how to sustain it, because he made new sausages out of it. He knew ways to take care. Food waste was stopped. You should know nowadays food waste counts for almost 30% of CO2 emissions worldwide. So when you compare it to energy, it is huge what we're throwing away. So having solutions to lower this percentage is incredibly important. The company became conscious of the heritage, their values in the past. We don't waste food because it's precious and you can make money out of it. The logics became clear, and now it is really easy for everybody within the factories to make an emotional connection to it, to their sustainable future. So what they're now doing is pushing the we don't waste natural resources through all their strategies, because it's what they always did, or at least what the founder did. Another project which shows a methodology prototyping, which helps extremely well to envision a future. We as designers, we draw, make, build something, and it helps to give a voice. It helps people that have difficulties with voicing what they actually mean, to help them give language to it. In Indonesia, we worked with a group of young people in climate change affected rural areas. You should know it is really difficult for them to find a new job, or at least to find jobs. There are not many opportunities. So therefore they need to create their own opportunities. Through the workshops, we help them to imagine, with Lego, to set up their own youth hubs. And they were able to voice what they needed to make these voice hubs happen. How should the building look like? What should they, how should it work? Nowadays, several hubs have been set up, including one built by the youth themselves. And one is a greenhouse, a creative hub, and a tourist attraction. And they created, through these hubs, their own career opportunities. The last project I want to show, these are the snapshots of the future. This one is about scenario planning. So if you look at the triangle, it is what might be possible, but probably won't happen. So it's a space what could happen. It's not about predictions, it's about exploring alternative social and economic systems and futures. Through these snapshots, we explored elements that could change when we live in a circular economy. We applied the circular logics. We should refuse, rethink, reduce, reuse, and repair products and materials. We value in the future that we will refrain from using materials that are non-generative. And as a consequence, we should ask ourselves so many questions. For example, if we will become more regional, our fruit and vegetables will only be harvested locally. That could mean, for the Netherlands, that bananas and kiwis will be grown locally, which is in the Netherlands currently plausible, but not probable. Is this a direction we would like to go to for our economy? So it is really taking the idea of, okay, if it is more local, we still do want to eat bananas because so many people love bananas, then we should take it closer. And what does that mean? For our transport, what could it mean for our harbor, our regulations, the energy we need? Is this smart to do or not? What is it about the knowledge our farmers need? Second example, clothing, when it becomes regenerative. Cotton is not strong enough to be used for over 50 years. Therefore, we should explore alternative possibilities. What would it be if we make shirts from elks? After having used it maybe once, twice, 3 times, we can bury it and maybe even flowers can come up in the ground. So we are regenerating as well the earth. Is that a preferable direction for the economy? And what does that mean for our factories? What does it mean for the cotton farmers? Will we get elk farms? Materials will become, in our buildings, will become precious in the future. So we really want to know what is in our buildings. And we want to we want to have access to this, to all the data about the buildings. How would that be a really easy way? Would it be that if we walk here in the city, that you can just watch, oh yeah, oh, that window, it will be free within 10 years. That's good to know. What does that mean for architects? What does it mean for developers? Will we have material banks? How will we deal with it? All these questions help us to think about possible futures. And it helps to determine what to include in our strategies. These snapshots are no blueprints. They are not a solution to our problems. But these snapshots are explorations. They open up future possibilities. They are based on current social and scientific knowledge and our economic development. So it is not like a funny idea. These are based in real science. However, we only imagine what could happen. We're taking it 2 steps further. And if this future is preferable or not for us, our organizations, or society as the whole. So the snapshots are a conversation tool we are using a lot with different people discussing strategies and policies. Imagination helps us to make real change. Futurama gave Americans freedom on the highway, and it shaped a new society. I hope we will use imagination to explore and define how living in a circular society could and should look like and how it works. I think it's impossible to build a better world if we can imagine it first. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Marieke, for this inspiring talk. And I think at least the first conclusion is that we should introduce the 4 Ps in the vocabulary of the designers. I love those words, preferable, possible, present, and there's no
Plausible.
Plausible. And I like that model because it really helps in setting the strategy towards the future.
Yeah.
And of course, what you make clear as well is that imagination and imagineering is not only a visual process, but also evokes, of course, a psychological process and a thought process. And it needs looking way ahead.
Yes, and it is a process about telling new stories. So it's as well about narratives. I've seen quite a lot of projects, and we did it in the past as well, with only an image. But then we realized that maybe designers have enough when it comes to an image, but you really need to understand it, and therefore you need a narrative, a story.
Yeah. The first question, which I already told you, of course, because then you could prepare. If the ability to imagine a possible future is key for designers, and we all know that designers don't have a crystal ball on their table, But it would be nice to know what's the difference, in your opinion, then between a fortune teller and a designer?
I think a fortune teller pretends to tell you what the future will look like, and will define and give only one direction. Whether for a designer, I think our task is to open up possibilities, and then it is towards the people who are going to use the possibilities to think about what kind of world they would like to live in and they would like to create.
So it's more about collective future as well, and possible futures.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, I think the whole idea behind our ideation phase is to see that there's never one solution. There are different solutions that you can think of, and there might be one that fits well. But when it comes to societal changes, it will never be there's only one solution. So therefore, I think it is really important to make it a collective process indeed.
Yeah. If there's somebody in the audience who has a question, please raise your hand, because I've got enough questions, but let me know. You can scream, you can try and catch my attention. But what I like about your model is, of course, that you say there is a preferable future that you can discern between, the present and all the possible futures. And I wondered, is it ever that a client sort of chooses the preferable way ahead into the possible future, which means that probably the client has a very strategic vision, but
I think that the possible futures, they are really used to understand what is possible, but it's just giving ideas. And it might be that that some of our leaders are thinking within 20 years we are there. And for example, with this food processing company, the leader is completely convinced that within 15 years they don't need pigs and chickens anymore, because they will grow the meat in their factories. So until now that is still possible. So I think you're right. Some of the leaders who dare to think way ahead, they use possible scenarios. However, I'm really happy if clients are already moving a little bit away from what is probable, because that's what everybody could do. Yeah. But then move a little bit, like already broadened their horizons and thought, oh yeah, maybe we could do this. It's not far away. It helped.
So really, we have the saying to get them out of their tent. I wouldn't know the English expression.
Yeah, it is. I think in the design realm we are working. There are so many amazing speculative designers, and I think they are best in this possible future, like showing that maybe a pregnancy can be not within a woman's womb, but outside. It is that you're thinking. It is scientifically possible. Yeah. It is a challenge, but maybe it could be. So that really, the speculative designers, I think, the best in that area.
So the Schwarzenegger movie, when he is pregnant, is a good example of that.
Okay.
But which brings me, because we are here, of course, at the Knowledge of Design, to the question of you use a certain methodology, and I could imagine that a client says, okay, but if we are going to walk this path with you and do this exercise with you, what's the validity of it? Can you prove that it'll work for us in the future to come up with a good strategy?
Yeah.
Is that a question that is asked to you?
Yeah.
Are they challenging you on your methodology?
Yeah. We do get. I'm really happy if we get a question, because that means that somebody is really interested in the methodologies that we are using. On the other hand, I think that we really need academics to research and to make our methodologies better, so that we can really state, 100% impact. You will get what you're hoping for when it comes to the process. However, so for now it is just, stating that we've done it quite a lot of times, that you can trust us, but it would be marvelous if we can connect with the academics world to actually prove that what we're doing
is working.
Yeah.
Any questions from the room? Nobody? No? Okay, well, I'll continue then.
Oh, yeah, there.
Oh, there's a question over there. Can we have the mic?
I can try and shout.
Yeah, the mic is better.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I think it was really insightful, both the model as well as the idea that we do need to start imagining a future if you're going to create it. I think every time, though, I hear something like that, I wonder that most businesses have a very short-term view of their business. It's usually as long as the guy at the top is going to stay in the role. So,
Yeah.
I mean, which is typically 2 or 3 years, right? And so with this quarter-like thinking in most of the scenarios, how do you really start imagine these very seemingly surreal scenarios that are very hard to justify and see the value in? How do you convince clients to really push the envelope and think about the future?
Thank you so much. Well, I think for this wonderful question. Usually our clients understand that the game they are in is not a 3-year game, especially when it comes to sustainability and when it comes to becoming more circular, that this is something that we need to, it's an endeavor that will take years and years. And usually I explain as well that you cannot do this within 3 years. It took us about 170 years to become such a strong linear economy. So it will take probably quite a lot of decades to become circular. And when you know that, then the first step or the second or the third is already doing something. And that is within these 3 years. And usually giving them you will see change, but maybe you're not doing it only for yourself, but as well the next generations. That usually helps them to make these first and second steps.
Okay, thank you. And I must agree that I think what's also the effect of knowing where it could go means that you are prepared for once you see the first signs of a possible future. Yeah. Then you already know, okay, well, then if this is going to happen, then we know how to do that, how to tackle
Indeed.
that.
And I think a lot of leaders, they actually are searching for their own vision as well, and they're searching for a language. Once I learned that a lot of our leaders are not really good in reading, because that's why they all want to 1A4, because they want to have images in their head. And that is what we are doing. We're bringing images and we are bringing stories, and that is what leaders need.
Yeah. Nice. There must be pitfalls in this way of working.
Yeah, of course.
Can you tell us a bit about it?
Well, if the story doesn't, if we finding a real emotional connection to these stories is rather difficult, and an emotional connection is very personal as well. So we need to take care in our narratives that it resonates with a lot of different people. That is an important pitfall. Another one is that we want to tell too much in a story. Well, you always know if you're telling too much, then you're all over focus. That's what I like about Futurama. Focus highway, focus freedom. So yeah, I think these are two very important pitfalls.
One of the, I think the important aspects of an exhibition like Futurama is of course that it's a specific location. You are away from the current business and the daily practices into a different environment. Are those things that you use as well in your approach?
Yeah, although we do use it, although I like it as well when it's really democratic in the sense that everybody can enter it, so that they don't need to go there. So some of our projects, we put it in a city hall or in a ministry so that people can actually get acquainted with what this future could be. And for example, with the food processing company, you saw this timeline about the history of the family and the company, and that will be in all factories on the walls, so that everybody knows there are certain values we have got in our company that are coming from way back.
Okay, yes. Well, I see that time's up. We could talk for hours on this, I guess,
sure.
but let's do that. And I invite you all, of course, to join in the mingle room, and if we want to have a talk with you. And I think it's. I heard you talking about making change real and making real change, and I think those are the ways to look at what you are doing. Thank you very much, Marieke.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
In this session, we are honored to invite additional authorities in circular design and businesses from the Netherlands. They are Mr. Pieter Vanos, Program Manager International of Circle, Mr. Siem Hafmans, Strategic Consultant, Circular Economy of Partners for Innovation, and the author of the book Products That Flow, which influence many in different levels. They will share their insights on how companies can shift from traditional take, make, dispose model to a circular operation and elevate their business. To moderate this panel is Ms. Monique Knappen, who once again flew to Hong Kong for this event. She is Coordinator China of Creative NL, and she is the expert in a field of international cultural relations, especially in the arts and culture section between the Netherlands and China. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Vanos, Mr. Hafman, and Ms. Knappen.
Thank you so much, Vincent, for pronouncing our names right and introducing us. Thank you so much, Hong Kong Design Center, Knowledge of Design Week, for having us here in Hong Kong in this beautiful Palace Museum. It's a great honor to have these two gentlemen who are in the delegation, that's totally right, Vincent, of coming to from the Netherlands coming to Hong Kong again. The first one I want to introduce is Siem Hafmans. He's a strategic consultant of Partners for Innovation and also a trainer for Circo, creating business through circular design. He wrote the book Products That Flow, and he will introduce his methodology later on to you. And we have Pieter van Os. He's a co-founder and program manager, international manager of the Dutch circular design program Circo. Circo provides circular knowledge and applicable tools to facilitate manufacturing companies and designers in consecutive steps of their circular journey. Circo is a Dutch program that has been successfully working on already 18 countries, from Turkey to Holland, from Germany to Brazil, and hopefully also to Hong Kong. Pieter, stage is yours.
Thank you, Monique. So I will stand up. And so Marieke told you about imagination. And so imagination is very important to look for the maybe further future. My talk and also Siem's talk will be more about what can companies and designers do today. So how can they start on a circular journey? And so on the slide, you see both the book, that's also here, but also a famous design product from the Netherlands, a stroller, which is called the Bugaboo, and which you can see all around the world, with both a very nice aesthetic design, but on the other hand, also they did a lot on sustainability and on circularity. So that's why I put this photo in front. So if you look at this picture, well, we designers, we don't design for waste. But this is how this beach on the Philippines looks like. And you see the guy with the goggles, he's very glad that he found it. But, well, there's a lot to say about this situation that we want to prevent from it. And that's what we not really do as designers. We're not designing to prevent from waste. And there is a business incentive to do so. So, of course, there is an environmental incentive to do so, but there's also a business incentive. And so what we think is important that businesses realize that circular design can bring them further by improving their future competitiveness and at the same time reducing their footprint. And that will go hand in hand. So the business potential. So if you look at the mobile telephone and the price is about 600 euros, then after 18 months people discard it and then the value, and so then if you recycle it, and you take out the silver, the gold, and the copper, it will have a value of 72 cents. So that's about recycling. And so if you make a margin of 10% on that activity, well, congratulations, you have earned 7 cents. However, if you reuse the product, so you buy it from a user, you resell it, then the turnover would be 290 euros. So if you make a 10% margin, then you can do proper marketing, you can do the logistics, and you also then have a good margin left. So reusing a product is much more beneficial from a commercial point of view than recycling. And maybe that's a good start for thinking about circular design. So what is then circular design? So if you look at it, so this is the framework circular design that we came up with. So if you look at the design process, most of the focus in design is on the resource, so sourcing and production of a product. But there's much more. So what is happening in the usage phase and what is happening end of use with your product? So circular design is about taking the entire life cycle into account. So life cycle design. And even if you really take it seriously, you also rethink the product and the whole product packaging concept. The other thing is that design is not only about the product and the service. Of course, that's a very important element, but it is also about the business model or the business incentive. So why do you bring the product to the market and how can you benefit from it as a company? And it's also about the value system. So if you look in the circular economy, it's not only, so probably you need others to participate and to cooperate with in order to retrieve products and to give them a second life or to do proper recycling with them. So it's also an iteration with the business model and the value system. So having said so, with Circo, we have a circular design methodology, and we run a workshop on that if you're interested to hear more about it. And we use this product that lasts and products that flow booklet for it. And so if you look at the circular or the linear economy, this is what we do. So a company adds value, and that is by getting materials out of the ground, so that's mining, and most of the time it's not very gentle, and we do a lot of damage to the environment. Then we put a lot of energy and labor to that material, and then the product comes out. And then there's the magic moment of sale. So you sell your product, you get in your money, and with a little bit of luck, you never see back the product again. And yes, that's exaggerated, but that's how the linear model works. Then the user is using the product for a short period of time, and when he discards it, he has no idea what to do with it, so he throws it away, and the value is tumbling down on the right-hand side of this pyramid. And all the values, all the materials, the energy, the labor, everything is gone at that moment of time. So what is then the concept of the circular economy? And so if you look at it, so this is the same setup, but then in a circular way of working, and that's all about closing loops. So can you extend the lifetime or the usage time of a product by repair and maintenance service, for instance? Or if the first user stops using the product, can you reuse it? So can you redistribute it so that someone else is using that product? And maybe you need to refurbish or remanufacture the product, so that is possible. And what you see, the value of the product is going down, but not to the bottom. And so you try to preserve the value as good as possible. And so we're very proud about recycling. And so recycling is better than bringing the materials to landfill or to incineration. But what you see with recycling, already a lot of value is already destructed, and you have to bring the materials back into the manufacturing and have to add a lot of labor and energy again to make a new product out of it. So the higher you can keep the value, the more beneficial it is from an environmental perspective, but as also showed from a business perspective. So it's about extending your involvement with the product and with your user. And so for that we use the booklet with 5 circular business models. And I will not elaborate on them, but there are 5. And what our promise is that if you have a longer involvement and more intensive involvement in your product and customer and your product, that there will be business models available for that to make it work for you. So on repair and maintenance, there are 3 business models that will bring additional income and additional revenue for you. But also for the second-hand trader that can help you for the redistribution, or the recovery provider that can help you if you want to recycle. And there are even 2 business models that instead of selling the product, you deliver a service, the access model and the performance provider. And in that role, you don't sell the product, you still own it, and you add a lot of service to it, and you get a service revenue instead of an income from selling the product. And that can be the way to the future and will totally change your way of dealing with your product. So there are many business incentives. So first, you can add revenue streams after the moment of sale. The other thing is many companies are really in throat-cutting competition when they sell their product. But if you have a longer relation with your product, then you can get income from other sources and you can prevent from that. It's also switching to a more service-driven business model. And it's also about customer retention. I think many companies are looking for those. So longer customer relationships and a longer customer journey. Then there are also 6 design strategies to facilitate this. Because when you are longer involved with your product, you can better anticipate on all the usage scenarios that can come after the moment of sale. And so these 6 design strategies, they anticipate on it. And so they facilitate that if you have that business model, that is easy to make that work. So there is a business incentive by these design strategies to enable your circular business models and also vice versa. So it's the business on the one hand side and the design on the other hand. But there is also material selection and efficiency. So what materials do you use? Can you use less materials? Can you use recyclable materials? Or can you optimize for recycling? So that's the other question that comes up with the design strategies, and that's also business relevant because it's a lot about cost saving, so that's an immediate return, but it's also maybe anticipating on strategic things like, do I have access to materials in the future? Because resource scarcity and price volatility is also one of the headaches of many companies. And it's also about standardizing your products, so reducing the complexity, because complexity for the product, but also for the value chains, has grown enormously in the recent decades. And if there's any disturbance in your value chain, like there was with the pandemic, you see that it causes big troubles. So it's about the design strategy and it's about the business model. And that's what you combine if you look for circular design. And so there is no one solution for that. So every company can choose what is fitting with them. So I have 2 examples here. So for instance, this is a Miele washing machine that is doing 20,000 washing cycles, and so it's a very sustainable and durable product. So they choose to have a business model that is the classical long life model, getting a high margin when they sell it, and at the same time their primary design strategy is durability, making sure the product is not failing because of a technical defect. On the other hand, so this is the same Miele washing machine, and this is a startup in the Netherlands, and they don't sell the Miele washing machine, but they put it in apartment buildings. And so people can use that washing machine, and they pay for every washing cycle. So it's an access model in which Bundels is the owner of the washing machine. And this is a totally different model, and also with a totally different design strategy, because you have to anticipate on bringing that service and also an ease of maintenance and repair. So what you see, there are many options, and every company can choose for its own option, but there's business everywhere, and there's a design challenge also everywhere. I realize this is going very fast, but hopefully you have a little idea about that and about the value chains. Siem will elaborate on that in his presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Peter, for giving us a speedy workshop in Circo. I think you did a very good job. Now we're coming to Siem. I think, Siem, you can explain us about the products that flow.
Yes, thank you.
Fast consumer goods.
It's about fast-moving consumer goods, and I wrote this book about it because it's a little bit different than the story of Peter, because that's about products that last longer. And we thought it's good to have also a more practical thing about fast-moving consumer goods. So that's why this book is written. And the main question is, how can we deal with this huge amount of products and packaging in a more sustainable way? This is the crucial figure, because you saw the value hill in Peter's presentation already. But in this case, we're talking about fast-moving consumer goods. And I brought one on my way to this venue. And just to show you, this is a nice cookie. I bought it somewhere. And of course, it's packed because we have to keep it fresh and crispy. So that's a very useful thing to put the packaging around it. And I think that's needed. But then something magic happens when I decide to consume it. I'm going to open it. Well, it's already a little problem. But then something really, if I eat this one, in a few seconds, I end up with this one. And this is an empty package. And in a few seconds, this has turned into a problem, a little problem, but I have to get rid of it. So I have to find a waste bin somewhere. I don't know. So I can find one, so I've get rid of this problem. So maybe I try to keep it here and might accidentally getting lost. So there's already a bigger problem, because now somebody has to clean up this mess, this litter. And it can get even worse, because if some wind is blowing, it might get into the sea or the ocean. And then it's getting an even bigger problem. And this is staying here because it doesn't disappear. It will stay here for hundreds of years. And this kind of products, every one of us is using at least 7 packages every day. And we're with 7 billion, so we have 50 billion of these little problems every day around the world. So that's the big question: how can we solve that? And of course, I can pick up this one. So this is solved. Otherwise, I would be fined, maybe. But I didn't really solve the problem, of course. So as designers, that's where also the circular business models and the circular design strategies come in. So, of course, you all know this diagram of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Circular economy is about closing loops, both in the technical cycle or in the biological cycle. Designing out waste and pollution, keeping products and materials in use as long as possible, and regenerating natural systems. What are we talking about? Fast-moving consumer goods, food, packaging, disposables, medical disposables, we use lots of them, face masks, etc., gadgets, gifts, but also fashion. We have more and more fast fashion. We use it maybe several times, and then walking through the shopping mall, we see something nice, we buy something new, and then our wardrobe is full, so we have to clear up a little bit, and we consume also. The average wardrobe has more than 100 items in it. Count it tonight if you are at home. Including shoes, but one is a pair. So, how can we solve this? The business models, the first thing is to slow down this consumption, because we're in a sort of a rat race, building new shopping malls, buying more and more, and all those products will be thrown away at a certain point. So we have to slow down this consumption by using products longer, maybe making packaging reusable, refillable, etc. The other one is organizing the loops, because we need packaging. This has a function. A big city like Hong Kong cannot function without packaging. That's an illusion. So we need them. So we have to organize loops to keep them in the loop. How can we slow down? Some examples, reuse, refill, or maybe even products as a service. Maybe we can serve more healthy food, not on the go, but take a minute to eat it somewhere, and you don't need the packaging. We can refill certain packaging, or don't sell it, but product as a service. Some examples here. And the other one is that we have to organize the flows. And that's about flow management. And therefore, you need a lot of different parties, from the producer, the brand owner, the packaging company, the retailers, the consumers, users, but also waste collection firms, recyclers. So you need to organize the whole loop. And also the municipality and the governments are important for this, because they can set the playground with some new rules. Having said that, you also have to change the product itself, the packaging or the disposables. And designers have different possibilities for that. There's not one solution. Also in this case, also for your imaginable future, there are different futures possible. There are also different designs possible. And the first step is always rethink. So why are we using this packaging? What is the function? It's preserving the food. It's marketing. You have to put your brand on a cookie, and it's easy to put it on a packaging. So there are several functions of a product, and you have to rethink how can we do this maybe in a different way. Then the second design strategy would be reuse. First, an example of rethink. This is a company selling fruits and vegetables, and they thought, can we do without a packaging? And for certain products, they found out it's possible, and they invented a laser marking system, natural branding it's called, and they just brand the product on the skin. This is a big sweet potato, and you can brand the brand name on the fruit itself or the vegetable. There are always also shop concepts. They try to work without packaging, so you have to bring your own pots and fill it in the shop. That's for the really motivated consumer, I think, to go there in the weekend. But it is a nice concept, and they're experimenting with it, and it's sort of working. Then the second strategy would be reuse. Can we reuse the same packaging several times? And this is an e-commerce packaging, and if you have if your clothes have brought home, you can send it back by mail, and they can use it again and again and again. The third one is reduce, using less material. I'll go a bit faster. Recycle, and that's about using recycled content in your packaging and also recycling it afterwards. So there's a front and an after. And the same with renew. You can use bio-based materials, and maybe after being used, give it back to nature by composting or biodegradable materials. Then my final sheet. So circular design is about redesigning the whole system. So it's not about the packaging. It's also about what's inside, not also the cookie, but also the whole system. You cannot do this alone, so you need cooperation with the whole value chain, from the producer, the retailer, the user, the waste companies, recyclers. To make it work, you might need also, to make the business model work, you need to use also the hidden costs. So for example, with my packaging, cleaning the street might cost a lot of effort to the municipality. It's a lot of cost involved in cleaning streets of all the litter. If it's in the ocean, it might cost even more than what I have paid for this cookie to clean up this packaging from the ocean. So try to make use of the prevented cost in your business model. It also has a positive impact on your brand image. So your brand is on that packaging, and that's on the street, and that's not a positive image for your company. So that's why Coca-Cola is also concerned about littering and plastic in the oceans. Be aware of proactive on EU regulations. So there are a lot of EU regulations coming up. I will explain a bit more in my workshop the end of this afternoon. And circular economy is really going to change the rules of the game. There's coming an eco-design directive, packaging waste directive, the right to repair. There's a whole train of regulations coming from Europe. And as you might know, it's very difficult to stop a train. So that is going to happen, and you have to be prepared for that if you want to export to Europe. But also in the rest of the world, regulations are coming up, and people want to be climate neutral and circular within the coming decades. So that's my final conclusion. Designers can play a crucial role in creating circular solutions. So if you want to learn more, come to my workshop at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sien. I don't think they're only crucial. I think they're, without designers, we can't do this change. Thank you so much for taking us through this, the consumer goods and how to look at that, how to maybe change the whole system. If you talk about this value chain, you said you can't do it alone. The whole value chain needs to change. All partners are needed. I believe there is a difference within the products that last and products that flow. Maybe, Peter, can you say a few words if you compare the value chain?
Yeah, I can elaborate on that. So for the goods that Sien was referring to, like packaging, the value is very low at the end of life, or even negative. And so you have to make sure that you collect it in a very effective way, and you cannot do that alone as one manufacturer, so you need a system with everybody involved. For very high-end products with a lot of value, there is also, so for instance, for high-end machinery, and so for a price for $1 million, there are components in it with a very high value, and so you can, as a manufacturer, you can get back, you can refurbish it, and you can put it in your next generation of machines again. Mm-hmm. So you don't need anyone else for that. So it's really depending on the value, but also on the relationship you have with the product. So in the B2B market, it's probably much more easy to organize such a system than in a business-to-consumer market.
Yes, yeah. True.
And so for Sien and so for the products that flow, you really need to have a collective system, probably. For the higher-end goods, you don't need it, and so you don't have to wait till something is organized. There is a business incentive already to start, retrieving your products and materials.
Yeah. Sien, is there anything you could add, or you agree totally?
I agree. There's a big difference, and yeah, for the fast moving, especially packaging, in a lot of countries you see EPR schemes, this extended producer responsibility. So the producer is held responsible for the end of life of the product and the packaging. And that's really growing. So there will be funds also to collect the materials. And you see that in a lot of European countries already, but also other countries are experimenting with it and starting these EPR schemes to get some money there, to get things going.
That's a rather new aspect, of course, we have to deal with in the whole world.
Yeah, but it's also very important that governments realize that there are differences in sectors, and so also that then the legislative framework and the whole policy should also be differentiated, so there should be different policies for different sectors. Yeah. And so you cannot make a one-fits-all legislative framework. And that is now a little bit clear in Europe, but I think for the rest of the world, that's something that also designers should tell them, that so the conditions for change are different, and so that's for the industry, but it's also for the government a very important factor.
Well, it's a whole learning curve, I think, for everybody. And to come back to you, I think Sien is really the designer. If you compare you to Peter, who is more the well, the business person, and we were talking a little bit about Hong Kong, of course. Hong Kong is such a great place to be, but there's so many shopping malls. There's so much luxury around us. Like, how can a designer play a role there in this circular economy? Is it difficult, or can you cope with that as a designer, Siem?
Yeah, I think so. It's also about imagination, and I think we can also have circular luxury. So maybe in the next shopping malls there will be nice clothes you can borrow for a certain period, use it several times, you bring it back, you get even nicer suit or dress for the coming month, weeks, depending on your budget. And so I think, yeah, we don't have to own 20 pair of shoes. We can, well, shoes may be a bit more difficult, but for sharing. But a lot of clothes are really easy to share if you clean it well, and it's only worn once or twice.
So it's possible, Peter, you think,
Yeah, but it's about rethinking what you're doing. So for instance, in high-end hotels, so in luxury resorts, they refit every 5 or 6 years. And so how do you do that? Do you throw everything away? Or maybe you say, well, we have some very nice armatures and we're going to resell them. And then you also get additional budget for your refitting. So it's really the way how you look about it, how you look at it. And so you first have to be aware that there is a lot of value in the materials. And then the next question is, can I capitalize on that value? And so also high-end resorts can capitalize on, well, the very nice things they are refitting, but others are still interested in those nicely designed elements, probably.
Yeah, I see. Well, maybe there is somebody who would like to ask a question to Siem or Peter. It's maybe now your chance. Of course, Peter and Siem will also be later on at the mix and drinks place, but Darren, you have a question.
Yeah, it's a very diverse circular approach. How do you get on board? I mean, what's the most important element of starting this process? In Asia, I think we're much further behind than some of the, is it governance? It seems like we have to have a lot of regulations in place, but for us, what advice do you give us to begin the journey? Where do you focus and take that first step?
Well, it's all about the best business relevance. And so there are many factors that can determine the business relevance. So I pointed out some on new business models, also on maybe preventing from the price competition, also on longer customer relationships. So that's all really on business and business models. At the same time, there can also be a motivation that regulation is coming up. Or for packaging, for instance, there is a resistance with consumers to packaging. So you have to react as that as a company. So that's a hygienic factor almost. What you also see is that in public tendering, there are coming requirements to circularity. So it's different for sectors. It's also how you evaluate all those factors. But what we tell companies, please explore. So what is happening? How can you then identify if there is business relevance? And so with Circo, about 70% of the companies that's participating in Circo is really implementing a circular proposition. And that's because there is business relevance for them, because they need to invest, but they see there is a return. And so that's on one of or several of these factors that I just mentioned.
I think it's also because we're living in this global world. I mean, you see in Hong Kong so many international companies. I think if they have to do this in Europe, I mean, it starts and it gradually, you have to implement your business methodologies, I think, all over the world in this more global, similar way. But it takes time.
Also, maybe the image of your brand, I think for the big brands, they're really concerned about negative publicity, and social media is really strong. So if Coca-Cola or Nestle is blamed for ocean plastic, that can be very harmful for their brand image and their brand value.
But there's also always a lot of talking about greenwashing. They're talking about it, but are they really acting?
Well, they are. I think they are concerned up to the CEO, and it's really a boardroom thing at the moment, it wasn't 5 years ago. They were doing some things, but now it's a top priority. because also of this risk, but also they see that it is needed and it won't go away. You can hide, but it won't disappear, this sustainability issue, so you have to solve it. Yeah. And they're doing good things. For example, Coca-Cola is making their bottles almost 100% of recycled content. They experimented with bio-based materials. They do a lot of things to collect it also, but still, you can find them in the litter and in the ocean, and maybe on your beach when you're swimming, you can see a Coca-Cola bottle. And that's not really nice. And they are concerned about it. McDonald's also, to name some, but I don't want to blame them. They're working on it, but it's top priority.
Well, it's also like what Marieke said. It's not a quick fix. It takes time to really implement these, the changes in the value chain, but also to produce all these new materials and these new goods.
Yeah. Well, we were involved in a big project in Indonesia, and so the big consumer manufacturers, so the fast-moving consumer good companies, so on packaging, they were initiating an extensive producer responsibility system because the government was not taking up. Indonesia is one of the biggest polluter of the ocean. European and American customers are looking at those big fast-mover consumer good companies. You should do something, and so they initiated, and that's really not greenwashing, and of course it's complicated, and well, on some things they are not as much in a hurry as on other things, but yeah, things are really, and that's all about their image and about also their license to operate.
So there is a carrot, huh?
Yeah, and also a stick, so if they don't do it, then...
You need always to have incentives, that's also... Yes. Any other question? Feel free. But again, if you are interested to meet Siem or Peter, they will be there, I think, also after this talk.
Yeah, I see some hands going up. Yes.
Good.
Hi, Peter and Siem. Thank you very much for your sharing. I do have a question. I've been wondering. Yesterday, I was at Peter's workshop, and you were talking about the phone. And I was thinking, when I was young, the phone is used for 20 years. We don't throw it away. Now it's 20 months, if not 2 months. I don't know whether there had been any study on the psychology of, or the mindset. What happened? What happened in between? Why are we so wasteful?
Yeah, no, you're totally right. And so I think a lot of industries, and also supported by designers, they have made fashion products out of a lot of products. So the mobile phone is now really a fashion statement. So you can impress others if you have the latest version of an iPhone or whatever brand. And so from a marketing perspective, maybe that is, they did their job right, but from an environmental perspective, they did not. And so what we hope that they will see is that only on selling the phone at a certain moment of time, well, that is how they used to work for a long time, but now can they extend the lifetime and also be part of that? So one of the questions we always ask to companies, so who is earning money on your product after you have sold it? And then they said, well, maybe more companies than I had thought of. And so then, can you extend your involvement with the product and also get some of the revenues in? And at the same time, then making sure that the telephone is functioning for a longer period of time.
But it's also what Richard yesterday said, is design the problem or design the solution. I think it is true that there were so many nice products made and so much incentives to buy it. People were encouraged to buy. And now we have to immediately make that switch. And that's not easy, of course, because it's total different thinking, especially if you come from this consumer base. You buy your status, you buy your identity. Then how to say, leave that all away and have a new economy. That is.
And it's certainly not all negative, because if you look at the telephone, there is a huge technology advancement. And so if you look what we can do with the telephone and how it connects people and how it makes us more productive. And so, well, that's many, many benefits. But yeah, at the same time, it has become a fashion product, and so I think we have to rebalance that. So your telephone 20 years ago, well, that was only calling, and see what you can do now. So there are always several dimensions in all the things that are happening, and we have to open our eyes for both. So not only say it's bad and we should not replace our telephone that often.
So design is the solution to it, and I think the designers seem, and Peter, you play a wonderful role in making that transition. Peter had his workshop yesterday, but we'll have another workshop tomorrow in Central Market. I don't know if you've seen the exhibition on sustainability. It's in Central Market, and there will be also an event tomorrow morning. If you're interested, let us know. Tell Peter in a moment at the coffee break. And Siem, you will have your workshop this afternoon. What time again?
3:30.
3:30. So if you have not signed up and you want to know more about products that flow, very welcome. And hopefully you are thinking and maybe also acting differently after this discussion, because I really feel like we have to make the change, really make it happen. Thank you so much for closing the loop session. Thank you.
If ever there was a time to think ahead, it's now. To explore opportunities in a place that's fully invested in the future. Here, in this city of great openings, you'll find a sandbox for the inventive, a launchpad for the adventurous, and an all-access pass to the Greater Bay Area, to China, and to the world. Life is made richer, not just by enterprise, but by culture, cuisine, and adventure. Here, you can unleash your potential, scale the peak, raise the bar. So, bring your foresights in fintech, biotech, and robotech. Welcome dream chasers, startup makers, and innovators. Welcome to a global business hub that's connected and dynamic. Welcome to Hong Kong, a world of opportunities.
Welcome back, and we are thrilled to introduce our next keynote presented by Mr. Rama Girawo, Director of the Helen Hamlin Center for Design, Royal College of Art in London. Mr. Girawo is an international and inspirational speaker, author, and designer. His first solo book, Creative Leadership, Born from Design, was launched in March 2022. He won a Hall of Fame award for his work at the Design Week Awards in 2019 and appeared in a special Creative Review edition on leadership in 2022. He will be hosted by Ms. Queenie Mann, founder and CEO of the Projects Futurus, a social enterprise based in Hong Kong aiming to transform the way people perceive through advocacy, education, and community service. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Girawo and Ms. Mann.
Hello, and welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. It is with my greatest pleasure to welcome you all to join us on a very meaningful discussion on creative leadership by the distinguished Rama Girawo. And so he is a guru of creative leadership, inclusive design, and also design thinking. And I hope you have all come prepared, taking notes and getting inspired, but I hope that you have also brought a copy of his latest masterpiece, Creative Leadership, for his autograph. I've come prepared. Okay, so Rama, I have looked forward to this discussion since I was asked to moderate the session. I was a former brand consultant, now turned social entrepreneur. And for me, I have always been taught that, leadership has been all about, sharp focus, delivering high performance, and also, having that sense of authority. I remember I was told, being a leader, you have to suit up, and you have to, your hair has to be black, straight black, and no nail polish. That's serious. And but I know that you have come prepared with a presentation that is going to tell us something entirely different, a new insight that could potentially turn creatives into rock stars of leadership. So, Rama, are you ready?
Absolutely. And It's a great honor to be here. At least 3 people yesterday told me that Queenie is one of the entrepreneurs, one of the creatives to watch in Hong Kong. So I was a little nervous coming up here, but we're at one with our nervousness, and we are here together. We will be talking about myths of leadership, and one of them is that creatives can't be leaders. Mm-hmm. And that's one that I've heard a lot. Yeah. Apart from the fact that actually I got told that these trousers that I'm wearing, they don't signify leadership, so I'm damn well wearing them today. So if we start the presentation, do you mind if I stand?
Please.
Sort of think better. So I'm Rama. Thank you for the generous introductions. You almost don't recognize yourself. And when someone gives you a Lifetime Achievement Award for work that you just love doing, it's utterly humbling. But also I said my lifetime is not over. I still have more work to do. We will be talking about dynamic leadership, because the 3 values that you see on screen, empathy, clarity, and creativity, are dynamic. They change according to circumstance, according to how you're feeling, how much coffee you've had. And these are the 3 qualities of leadership that we say are a hallmark of the 21st century leader. The book is called Creative Leadership, Born from Design, because this is very much driven by design. It's a leadership model from creatives, for creatives, and for the creative that lives in every human. In terms of accessibility and inclusive design, I'll just describe myself. For people who may be visually impaired, who are watching this online or in the room. So I am a dark-skinned male of Indian origin. I have what I think is a really neatly trimmed beard, spiky hair. I'm wearing a sort of powder blue, baby blue jacket with a white shirt and trousers that don't quite go down to my ankles, and my funkiest pair of shoes, which are blue and white. I'll be visually describing the slides. When I don't, it's because I'm reading the words that are there. Usually I hide behind pictures, so here's a little bit of honesty. Usually I give very visual presentations. And one of the things I think I'm trying to do differently today is speak. And the words on screen are just to emphasize that. So this is not going to be a sell. This is not going to be such a visual presentation. The workshop this afternoon will have plenty of visuals. Because what Queenie and I wanted to do was to get into the richness of concepts, for you to listen to the sound of our voice, and for us to listen to you. I know it's always difficult when it comes to question time. People, it's difficult for people to ask the first question. So I'd like someone to ask the second question first, and then we can come back to the first question. I don't do this work by myself. I have some colleagues in the room, but this is the creative leadership team at the Royal College of Art. We have myself, a designer, Dr. Melanie Flory, who's a neuroscientist and psychologist, and she keeps us all in check. Vanessa, who is from business background, and Madeline, who is a CEO herself, and an architect and a creative. We've been talking a lot about circularity at this conference. We've been talking at it from a systemic point of view, an urban point of view. Queenie and I wanted to bring it down to the human. And why say something when someone else said it better? James Gustav Speth, American activist and lawyer at COP26, said this: I used to think the top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. The top environmental problems are actually selfishness, greed, and apathy. We need a spiritual and cultural transformation. And by spiritual, it doesn't mean religious, it means spirit, of the human spirit. And design is that. I should come with a health warning. I love design, I live design, I breathe design. I am a design fundamentalist, so that's my health warning. And I believe design can make every conversation better. So design can help achieve that transformation. In the world of sustainability, the social aspect is often less considered than the environmental or the economic. Often it's flatly ignored. However, people's attitudes, behaviors, and actions are integral. So you change people, you don't change organizations. And you start with changing yourself. So this is the introduction as to where creative leadership lives within this landscape of circular design, of sustainability. Let it land with people. So it's great sometimes when we talk about sustainability in the environment, but what about India's 680,000 villages? What about an 85-year-old with a broken hip living on the 35th floor? How might they recycle? How might they actually find a voice? So social sustainability is about landing some of these concepts so that sustainability isn't just a conversation that happens in a room like this. It reaches 7.8 billion of us on the planet. And for many of us, sustainability, many humans, sustainability isn't number one in our minds. Sometimes it's fresh water, it's safety, it's life, it's family. So it's bringing that out of rooms like this and into the world. Talking of creative leadership, it started with 6 questions. And the book, it's sort of based on 15 years of research. But the book is for all people, especially those who were never encouraged to lead. And that includes me. I don't think my final school report said he is too introvert to do anything other than be a quiet academic in a quiet university. So when I did a TEDx talk, I sent it to my old headmaster. It was my mic drop moment. And he actually took me out to lunch and said, "Thank you for proving me wrong," which is a great leadership quality in him. But you know, I too am an introvert. We were talking about this, so I love you all. But when I go back to the hotel tonight, I'm watching Netflix. The next thing is, what if a leadership book was written by a creative? We usually look at management consultancy. We usually look at political platforms. But applying design to anything, I believe it could solve almost anything. And what if you apply design to leadership? Why is creativity left out of most leadership training? Then we have, how can leadership help us achieve equity, diversity, and inclusivity? The EDI phrase that we hear in so many organizations. How does it actually land? And many organizations we work with say creative leadership is a blueprint for landing that. Why is creativity left out of most leadership manuals? A friend of mine, Adam Kingle, so I'm just plugging another person's book. He's one of the few people who writes about leadership and creativity. He did a piece of research where he asked a group of CEOs, how important is creativity in your organization? 90% of them said very important, it's a really important value. Then he went to the employees and said, how is creativity used in the organization? And 90% of them said no. So are we virtue signaling here? Are we talking about creativity, but are we actually actioning it? Bottom center is there a leadership model that includes all ages, abilities, genders, and races? Because most of us are excluded from the leadership conversation because we're too female, too brown, too black, too short, too quiet, too introvert. And that speaks to a lot of us who are creatives. And finally, bottom right, can inclusive design, the kind of design that we practice, mend broken models of leadership? So we'll come on to that in a minute. So this is the book, and it asks 3 questions. Can creativity fix broken models of leadership? Empathy is core to 21st century leadership, but by itself it's not enough. What other values balance it? And how do you achieve clarity in practice? So what do people say about it? Someone said, if you want to change the world kindly, carefully, and quietly, then this is for you. And I love that. I absolutely love that. Kindly, carefully and quietly, because that is what the world needs. It's not another ego broadcasting from a podium. Someone else said, creative leadership is a learning experience, truly celebrating people at its heart. I discovered that anyone can be an extraordinary leader when we consciously choose to opt into our humanness. So that is something that I think creatives have in droves. And by creatives, I don't just mean designers. Every human has creativity. So this is the model. And on screen is a diagram in sort of various shades of blue and black. There's 3 interlocking circles saying empathy, clarity, and creativity. And then there is a white circle kind of capturing them all, saying creative leadership. So to delve into this a little bit more, the 3 pillars of creative leadership. But we have to start with a statement that I honestly believe, and no one can prove otherwise, that everyone has leadership potential. And I'm going to say that again. Everyone has leadership potential. So that's something that we were never told. Talking about the 3 values, empathy is talked about as the hallmark of the 21st century leader. Forbes has recently, in April, just published that on their website. Clarity is the link that aligns vision, direction, and communication in any personal undertaking, organization, or project. So basically, it's human values, project values, and organizational values. And creativity is a universal ability, and it's one that can help develop solutions that create positive impact. Each one of these values by itself is not enough. If you only have empathy, you could be a pushover. If you only have clarity, you could be a dictator, because dictators are very, very clear about what they want. They're absolutely right, whether they want to invade a country or oppress someone. And, the dictatorial CEO is something that we've all come across, I'm pretty sure. Creativity without clarity is like a bicycle with no chain. You're pedaling hard, but getting nowhere. So these values interchange, interlock, and they work together. It started with a single insight. I'm a bit embarrassed to put this up because, when you quote yourself, when you quote yourself, but my team say it's important. It came from a single insight that we need creatives who are leaders and leaders who are creative. Just very simple and circular. What I really like about a single insight from 2021 was one of my great mentors and colleagues, co-founder of the center, Jeremy Meyerson, who's also a journalist. He said, what you're doing is using the people-centered practice of inclusive design to fix broken models of leadership. And he's the one that used the word fix. And I think there's something there of that. It may sound grand, but it's something there. So what is inclusive design? We define it as including the needs. Well, I think I'm back. I don't exist unless I have a microphone. Inclusive design is defined as including the needs of the widest number of people. Very simply put. And who doesn't want that? And we need that in leadership. We need that in sustainability, circularity, in design. A very simple way of thinking about this, people can be excluded in a million different ways, but these are 4 entry points: age, ability, gender, and race. These are the 4 door openers that we say are inclusive design. And on screen is a diagram, a blue cross, and each one of the axes on the cross has the word, one has the word age, one has ability, then gender, and then race. McKinsey do a great diversity report, and it shows that if you have a mixture, even binary gender, performance goes up, creativity goes up, productivity goes up. Ditto, people with disability. People with disabilities, when employed, are 30% more likely to stay in a company. Not because they haven't got anywhere else to go, but it's what the stats show. And race equity, if you have diversity by race, culture, skin color, even, according to McKinsey, your profit margins can go up by 30%. So I'm bringing it back to some hard facts, but actually, we're very much in the human space here. We need to talk about leadership because small numbers here make a big impact, positive or negative. On screen are 4 tiled images. At the top of the screen are 2 American presidents. America's first black president, Barack Obama, and America's first orange president, Donald Trump. At the bottom, we have, that's diversity of color right there. At the bottom, we have Greta Thunberg, who, very interesting leadership, whether you agree with her way of shouting or whatever she's doing. She gave an interview where she said, I thought I would just be a sort of semi-autistic climate scientist, working on soil samples. I never asked for this. And the idea of the reluctant leader, ditto Gandhi, the first time Gandhi stood up to give a speech, he actually wet himself. He said that in his autobiography. Bottom right is not Ruth Bader Ginsburg, that's Coco Chanel. And being a designer, I had to put Coco Chanel in because, her leadership changed an industry. Wanted to put this in because the World Economic Forum says this: we have a problem. Something is broken here. The old leadership model does not work and is getting worse. A big shift in management and leadership is long overdue. And I love the fact that they separate out management and leadership. We'll be talking more about that in the workshop this afternoon. But what people think is good leadership is actually just management. And if you look at adverts, job adverts for CEOs, it's talking about profit, budgeting, shareholders, stakeholders. And, the kind of old leadership models say, if you want to do something horrible, blame it on the shareholders. So how many of us have sat in a meeting when it says, oh, the stakeholders, shareholders want us to get rid of 25% of the workforce? And there's always some kind of, it's like the Eye of Sauron or something, some kind of evil, nebulous character somewhere. And when we did a piece of research where we asked over 120 people from 34 countries and regions, what do you want to see in leadership? Number 1 was active listening. Number 2 was empathy. Number 3 was a diversity of opinion, encouraging that, holding that as a platform. So they didn't mention profit, shareholders, or stakeholders. So creative leadership is for 3 types of people. Established leaders, but if anyone calls themselves an established leader, they're probably not open or willing to learn. And the whole point of life is to learn. Emerging leaders, and the biggest group of all, those who were never told they could be leader. And I sit firmly in that final group. So in some ways, that book is to my 15-year-old self, who felt completely ignored and undervalued at one point. I didn't know what my purpose in life was. When I did take this to my mum, her response was pure poetry. Like literally, she said, you don't need to be the sun or the moon in the sky. And she actually quoted India's poet laureate, Tagore. She said to me, who will take up my work? Asked the setting sun. And throughout the land, no one answered. Alone in the corner, dusty and forgotten, the earthenware lamp said, I will, my Lord, as best I can. So you don't need to be the sun or moon. You can be an earthenware lamp, and that is creative leadership. So I'll pretty much run through this. Just on screen is a list of bullet points. In today's world, we see centralization, top-down control, lots of bullies, individuals with visionary and imaginative capabilities being dismissed as dreamers, and a lack of diversity, sometimes, the tallest, most alpha people. Just a quick show of hands. There was some research done, I think it was by Malcolm Gladwell, in America. How much taller do we think the average CEO is than the average person, male or female? Can you show me with your hands? Is it this much? Is it this much? Oh, yeah, so the lady in the center, in the black top, you have it right. You can all see her. It's about 6 to 8 inches. In tomorrow's world, what we need is less centralization and more trust. People first, strategy second, no excuses. And I can prove this to you. How many of us have woken up and planned a day and it's gone exactly according to plan? Because it's never happened to me yet. And yet we create a strategy and expect to stick to that. And that's going to work. So when we think about inclusivity or sustainability, we have a strategy, we're going to stick to it. Individuals with visionary and imaginative capability being celebrated as professional dreamers. It was the head of Nissan Design who actually said that. And finally, we need creativity brought immediately into leadership as a value. No excuses. So creative leadership is open sourcing leadership. It's actually sort of hacking leadership, if you like. It starts with you, internal first, external second. It's transformational, and it's personal and organizational. So it's all of these things. You know, if you want to transform people, people say do more yoga, go running, eat more carrots. If you want to transform an organization, you hire consultants, but do you actually listen to them anyway? So I think of this as the carrots and consultants dilemma. You actually need to bring that together, so it's holistically achieved. So final couple of slides. Empathy is a spectrum. You know, it changes. So, you know, one point you could be like the godfather, who had very little empathy at all, or a spoilt child who, you know, you have kind of mixed empathy for. Or on the right is Winnie the Pooh, who probably had too much empathy. When we were putting together these slides, we were trying to think of a human being who had too much empathy, and we couldn't think of a non-controversial figure. And clarity is a spectrum. On the left, coronavirus. When that hit, no one knew what was going on. Could you get coronavirus from looking at another person? Could you catch it through Zoom? No one knew. Weather vaning, you know, a weather vane. We all know weather vane leaders, the person who changes their mind with every opinion. And sometimes that can be really frustrating. And on the right is Nike's slogan. Whether you like Nike or not, I just love the slogan of just do it. And so many times it's got me off the sofa and, you know, onto my feet. And exercising. Creativity is a spectrum. Can anyone tell me what that is on the left? Eye of Sauron. Absolutely. I mean, the Eye of Sauron, let's face it, just did the same kind of evil again and again for 9 hours worth of movie. I mean, it wasn't very creative, just did a lot of orcs and marching and shouting and killing. It was the same kind of stuff. In the middle is an Italian shoe manufacturer. Traditional tools and techniques, but new materials. So there's a kind of, you know, balance there. And on the right is any museum like this, which will breed creativity. So creative leadership is about people. And on screen is a shot of some of the in-person masterclasses that we've run. On the right is an image of 3 women talking and smiling and laughing. The one with the stripy T-shirt is actually a captain in the Royal Air Force. So we've engaged with military, civil service, and lots of companies and public sector in Hong Kong. It's also about projects. So if we can go next slide. Me and this clicker are having a relationship. Projects, there we are. So on left is an image of a 92-year-old who's testing out a London taxi prototype, and on the right is a bridge project that we did in the city of Derry, Londonderry, which was looking at the issue of suicide. So, you know, about 3,000 attempts or incidences involving suicide in the last 3 years in a city of 100,000 people. So applying that there. So finally, final couple of slides. Creative leadership can help build an inclusive culture whose foundation is based on supporting diversity, awareness, and allyship. It's used by thousands of organizations around the world, including here in Hong Kong. Again, another slightly embarrassing slide put in by my team, but they said, you know, if you don't read your book, why do you expect anyone else to? So here's a picture of me holding my book, and I'm actually rereading it as a reader instead of an author. It's a new model of leadership that's really been surprising. It's going global. And for those of you who want to order it, there is a 20% off code from the publisher, and it's just Creative20. We didn't get too lyrical with the code. So finally, want to end with this, and it's a thought for you guys. We have measured minutes on this planet. It's not that life is short, life is long. What are you doing with your life? So creativity and design is my love letter to the world. What is yours? What is your love letter to the people on this planet and this planet itself? And very finally, if you want to link with me, I'd love to hear what your love letter is. I'd love to talk to you. Please don't email me. I probably won't respond. Email is like trying to take a drink from a fire hydrant. And, you know, the KODW organizers know this. I rarely responded to emails. But please do reach out on Instagram or LinkedIn. I'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Rama. Thank you so much for your wisdom. So I know in the audience we might have burning questions, but I do have some questions, you know, because as a social enterprise founder, I've always questioned myself whether I'm a good enough leader. How would you say, what are some of the, let's say, traits of a good modern day leader? Because as you mentioned, today's leadership is quite broken. And what are some of the traits that, you know, it's expected from modern leaders?
So would it be too trite if I said empathy, clarity, creativity? I'm just copying. No, I think one of the things that's radically missing is creativity. We talk about it, we talk about innovation, and throw these buzzwords in. But how do we actually live it, breathe it, feel it? And that requires a level of self-reflection. So if leaders, and you know, if you're leading yourself, you're a leader. You know, you don't need to be leading a team of people. You can be that earthenware lamp. Self-reflection is key. And if we saw more of that in the world, it would be very powerful. Another person once said something like, when you think about sustainability, for example, and inclusivity, all you need to do is be a good ancestor. And that, to me, in that phrase, it kind of captures a lot. And it is self-reflective. How am I being a good ancestor for future generations? How am I living? And I put that into practice now. So I love that, those kind of simple, direct things. Another internet wit said you could tear up all HR manuals and replace it with 2 words, be kind. So I think kindness, you know, sometimes we talk about is empathy, pity, sympathy, compassion. But I think the word kindness is super, super important. And, you know, sometimes English doesn't do the language justice. You have to go like to Sanskrit. And there's a word there of bhakti, which means kind of intelligent devotion. So I think that's what leaders need.
Very cool. And I'm sure in this room here, there are business executives probably asking, you know, what does creative leadership bring to the table? You know, because traditionally leadership is about driving performance, getting people to work to do their job. So how would you convince business executives that, you know, creativity is something that is important?
So again, I'm going to go to one of the pieces of research that's quoted in the book. In the 1990s, there was a business consultant called Jim Collins, and he did a piece of research with 1,435 companies, and he said only 11 showed excellent leadership. So I think, you know, performance is one of those metrics. He talked about 5 levels of leadership, and level 1 was you lead yourself, level 2 is you're part of a team, level 3 is you're a good manager, and he said that's where most people stop. Level 4 is you're a good leader. Level 5 is you're an exceptional leader. So 11 out of 1,435 companies, what was the missing ingredient? And he said their CEOs had strength, so you'd expect that, and humility. He said that was the key change. So I think if you're just looking at performance as a metric, what is that performance measured on? We worked with a major Asian airline, and we said to the managers, what does a good day look like for you? They said 98% of planes land and take off on time. We said to the staff, what does a good day look like to you? They said when something goes wrong. And we said, why? And their response was, because we come together as a family. We come together for each other, for our clients, for our customers, for our passengers. And at the end of the day, we solve it. You know, Los Angeles airport has closed down. We got everyone else on flights. We achieved. So we actually changed their KPIs, which was all about performance, to add 3 other Ps. One was planes, funnily enough. The other was place, because they deal with airports. And the 4th was people. And the biggest advocates for us were the tech guys in that company, because they said we can measure 146 data points around those 4 Ps: performance, place, plane, and people. And that became, we shifted their KPIs from key performance indicators to key performance aspirations. And that, I hope that answers your question.
So KPA.
KPAs.
Yes. So I think we had a little chat earlier this morning, and I think one of the key success factors that is on top of everything that we talked about, like creativity, empathy, and clarity, it's humanity. It's the, it's adding that human value in leadership. What does it mean to you, humanity? And do you have something that you personally connect to so much that really inspires you to think of this framework?
So one of the other ways of thinking of the creative leadership model and using H words like humanity is empathy is heart, clarity is head, and creativity is hands. So it's head, heart, hands. It's when what you see, what you feel, what you think, what you do are in a straight line. And incidentally, that's how you get a good night's sleep. So what I hadn't realized, when I was developing the model, it actually came from an intense feeling of dissatisfaction. I'd had a really powerful month where we were looking at gender exclusion, age exclusion, ability. We'd been looking at women in Colombia, obese children in London, migrant workers in the Middle East, and I actually burst into tears in the shower. It was too much for me. And I was sitting there thinking, what is, I keep on referencing Lord of the Rings, but I was like, what is wrong, one ring to rule them all? And the answer came back, leadership. So I thought, could you actually redesign leadership, reframe leadership? And I was doing a lot of yoga at the time, and that's my personal practice of centering myself and self-reflection and, powering up. Our neuroscientist actually turned around and said, do you realize your leadership model, empathy, clarity, and creativity, maps onto 3 types of yoga? So empathy, bhakti, devotion. Clarity is like jnana, knowledge. And karma, creativity, action. And I hadn't realized that, but maybe there was something in the subconscious in the practice.
That's wonderful. I think we also talked about we had a common interest or common pop idol that we both love, Michael Jackson. He has a song.
Now you're dating us.
Oh, sorry. A Man in the Mirror. So he says in the lyrics, if you want to make the world a better place, you look yourself into the mirror and make a change. And tell us about your story of planting that seed of change.
So I think inclusive design, one of my colleagues back at the center, her name's Katie Gaudian, she wrote at the end of one of her papers, she works a lot with autistic people, and she actually wrote a paper on how she changed working with people with autism. My colleague Tom's over there, if you give us a wave, you know, we speak about how you as a designer change when you immerse and when you go into work. Why isn't it the same as a leader? Why don't you start with a reflection of yourself? And even Jim Collins, he talks about windows and mirrors. He said, you know, some leaders, when something goes wrong, they'll look out the window and shout at everyone else. Other leaders, when something goes wrong, they look in the mirror and say, what could I have done better? So I think that's something that's there, just picking up on Michael Jackson and Man in the Mirror. And that song, actually, I mean, you know, in the teenage years, the lyrics meant a lot. I don't know, we were talking about that.
Wonderful. And hearing what you were saying about, you know, the first type of leader, if there's something wrong, they would shout. I need to really work on myself. My colleagues are sitting here. So, yeah, I think, you know, I have one burning question. What is your leadership style? I know you lead a team, you know, working with people of different backgrounds, different race, and also different professions. What would be your tip for the audience on, you know, a good leadership, you know, act or?
Sure. I think shifting from empathy, clarity, creativity, and I don't know if I'm so successful in this. You know, I think my colleagues, my team, my friends can speak to this, but I think one of the things that is very lacking in the world is just a sense of joy. And at conferences recently, I was in an accessibility conference in Africa, and a visually impaired friend of mine turned around and said, what's missing in accessibility is joy. A sense, and it's not that you need to be dancing around utterly happy, but joy is actually a sense of presence and peace. Mm-hmm. And it gives you a sense of purpose and, you know, power in the right sense. It's not power as an egotistical stance, it's human power. So I think one of the you know, chapter 9, I think, in the book speaks about different actions you can take. The first one that I wrote was inject a little joy in your everyday. We are so used to critiquing ourselves. And Maya Angelou said, you know, if you're not good to yourself, how can you expect anyone else to be? So I think that is something that we'd love to see more of. You know, if you know, this morning I dropped something and I just said to myself, Rama, you idiot. And what I do after that is 3 things that actually are positive. Like, you know, Rama, you're a designer. You know, Rama, you managed to wake up on time this morning. So just to bring back in the positivity, because Bruce Lee, actually, he also said, you know, got to quote Bruce Lee when I'm in Hong Kong, but he said, you know, every word carries a seed of change. And when you curse yourself, don't you think that can have an effect? And it does have an effect. So when you praise yourself and you self-reflect, that would grow.
Well, thank you so much, Rama, for sharing your wisdom. I feel like I just had completed my counseling session with Rama here. And just before we wrap this up, I wanted to share a quote from Rama's, you know, book, Creative Leadership, that really imprinted on me as a leader. So in the book, it says, wear your passion and purpose openly, and let your words carry a seed of change. I personally believe that, you know, leadership cannot be prescribed, but it can only be self-reflected. And I hope that in today's discussion, it carries this seed of change in all of you today and inspire you to become better leaders of tomorrow. Thank you so much, Rama. Thank you.
Hong Kong, a city of opportunity. Invest, where the world's most prominent international brands are flourishing. In a place that nurtures businesses so they grow, building connections between East and West, Set up shop in a place where an entrepreneurial spirit abounds. Launch and expand your business where smart also means safe, where you can easily find the talent with the right backgrounds and skills. Invest Hong Kong is here for you to get you started and help you grow, where business goes to grow.
Now we will switch gears to talk about technology and its impact on storytelling and content creation. Our distinguished panelists today are Hong Kong-based Mr. Roger Proas, co-founder and president of Volton Studios, and Hong Kong multimedia artist Mr. Henry Chu, also creative director of Pill and Pillow. Volton is the first XR studio in Hong Kong, and Mr. Proas, being a creative entrepreneur, works closely with Fortune 500 companies and artists from the entertainment business alike. Mr. Chu, apart from being the creative director of his established company Pill and Pillow, he has also emerged as a multimedia artist in recent years, merging music and data at cultural performances while bringing tech-driven brand ideas to many luxury brands and companies. Both of them are at the forefront of incorporating cutting-edge digital media into their projects and businesses. To lead our discussion, may I introduce Ms. Sheila Lam, editorial consultant of Ignite Content Marketing, who joins us for the first time. Sheila is a technology storyteller and hosts tech and IT dialogues in territories for many years. After being a journalist for 20 years covering the enterprise IT space, she has recently extended into the content marketing arena with Ignite Content Marketing. Please welcome Mr. Proas, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Lam.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm aware that we are right before the lunch hours, but I'm making sure, we have two great honor. I'm really honored to have like two great panelists. I'm pretty sure you'll get some food for thought during lunch hour. As introduced by the MC earlier, I am a storyteller for many years. As a journalist, I've been writing a lot of stories about technology, about business. So this topic here today really tick all the boxes for me. And I'm really honored to have two great creative professionals to join me today to share a little bit more and showcase their experience in interacting with technologies and in empowering storytelling. Obviously, we have Roger here who is a business leader, also an advocate, I'm pretty sure, in empowering storytelling using technology. And as introduced by the MC earlier, Henry is also a new media artist, but not any artist. He's an engineer turned into an artist. So he probably is the best person to tell us and share with us his practical experience in using technology to create art, to create stories. And maybe without further delay, let's pass the stage to Roger. Would you like to share a little bit, your experience in technology and telling stories?
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, so we'll jump to the slide. And I'm aware that it's almost lunch, and I'm actually hungry as well, so we'll make this very quick. So let's jump right into it. I think today, more than ever before, we're really at the crossroads of art and technical innovation, right? We see this, the lines are really blurred more than ever before. You can see with the AI obviously coming out, it makes everybody of us a creator, right? Anyone can create a digital art. It's become easier than ever before. And there are technical tools that enables content creators to speed up their workflows, to make their life easier to create art. It's never been easier. At the same time, it's never actually been a better time to be a commercial director or a film director and so forth. There's some amazing tools coming out. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to talk about extended reality, specifically production, and how that's helping to shape digital content creation. Art and technology. So I'm going to start by going a little bit back just so that you can get to know me a little bit. I'm not sure if anybody actually knows what this is. Probably not too many. Makes me feel a little bit old. Okay, I'll go back a little bit just so you know. When I was an 8-year-old kid, I was presented a big box of secondhand computer stuff. Cables, boxes. I didn't really know what this stuff was as an 8-year-old kid, right? It was Commodore 64. 8-bit computer. Pretty exciting stuff. As a kid, I started plugging in all these things, trying to figure out how this works. I had a VHS recorder at home, and I started overwriting all our VHS tapes, whatever came into the house, when I found out you could actually output. And this was something very exciting to me as a young kid. And even at that early stage, I wasn't really impressed or excited about the technology, but there was the aha moment at a very early stage, and that obviously evolved as I got older, how you can actually use technology to create something. Even just outputting a color to VHS, it got me excited as a little kid. And well, a few things has happened since then. I got a little bit older, but in 2021, I set up a company, which is XR Studio. It's really the first of its kind in Hong Kong. My idea was to really bring a new level of technology to Hong Kong. Obviously, Hong Kong has a rich film history, but it didn't really have something like this. So that's what we did. We built a big XR studio with all the technologies that you can imagine, camera robotics and everything. And the goal there is obviously to help content creators, commercial directors and so forth, to produce content with a new technique. And this has obviously been picked up all around the world at the moment. So this is the space. Actually, we're doing workshops tomorrow. Can I maybe see a show of hands? Who's going to be there tomorrow? Okay, that's a few. I think we have a full house, so it should be pretty exciting. So I look forward to that. I look forward to seeing you guys there. So let's go a little bit into it. Obviously, we're talking about XR. XR is a very broad term, so it refers to extended reality, right? But let me just break it down, because it can get confusing. And I keep having this conversation about, oh, well, what's XR? And when people come to our studio and going, oh, you're doing virtual reality and so forth. And to some extent, we're using these kind of tools. But let's break it down, just so you can differentiate it. So VR essentially is a fully digital environment, right? That you typically would experience through virtual goggles, motion controllers, and so forth. AR, augmented reality, is a little bit different. So this is, employing digital elements onto the real world view, right, of the user through the device. Mixed reality, which is the next slide, it's kind of hot these days because everybody knows Apple just released their new device, so everyone's talking about it. But this essentially is where both parts come together, right? So this is the digital and the real coming together, and this is being projected in a way onto the user's actual environment. So what we're doing essentially is a mix of all of these things. So in studio, we're able to merge real physical element, like an actor, with virtual worlds in a live production environment, and that's XR production. I'm going to break it down just a little bit, how this actually works. In the studio, we build an LED cave. LED floor, wall, ceiling. Around it, we build and scatter a series of motion capture cameras. These cameras are communicating to a tracker on the camera. And in this volume, we can place actors, multiple actors, props. Could be anything. You can put chairs. Could be rocks. Actually, we have a lot of rocks in our studio just now. We just did a little music video. We'll get rid of it by tomorrow. You can also augment digital overlays on top of this to be seen only through the camera. And finally, this is obviously powered by a lot of compute power, so render nodes, media servers, and so forth. So essentially what you get through the camera view is a composite of all of this. So it creates a scenario where you have a virtual background, you have the actors, you have the props, and it creates a fairly believable scene. In this example, to explain it a little further, you can see as the camera moves, you can see the perspective behind the person moves. And this creates a parallax effect. And the content on the screens is actually real-time rendered game engine footage. So when the camera moves, the perspective changes, and that creates an illusion of reality. If it didn't move, it will break the whole thing. So in the film industry, you've seen this. It's actually being used probably many places that you're not even aware of, but it's become very popular to talk about Mandalorian. Because Mandalorian, who's he? It's a character full of shiny armor. It's a little bit difficult to do in a green screen. You can do it, but it's going to make it very difficult for the post-production guys. So basically, his reflections picks up all of the environment that you see in the LED cave. So it makes it very believable. You see this through any kind of translucency, reflections, and so forth. It becomes very believable. In this little demo, you can see how the crystal ball picks up the environment and distorts the environment that it is in within, making it very believable. Or for instance, if you're shooting a little bottle commercial, the reflections of the environment creates an effect that is very, very hard to achieve in a green screen unless you go on actual scene. This is just a simple shot. We place the ball in an LED volume. How it picks up the reflections and refractions and everything becomes a very strong effect. And one other thing, which is quite exciting, is that you're actually not limited to the physical space when you do XR. In this example, the singer is within the LED cave. The background, although he's not seeing much here, is all virtual. So in this shot, we're actually using a virtual camera, and we're zooming out. So this actually goes well beyond the actual physical stage that she's standing on. And in this case, she can be in the middle of nowhere, standing inside a big metal flower for some reason. So anything is possible. And this can actually be done live. This can actually be done for a broadcast. So as a creator, you can imagine you have a lot of creative flexibility. And there's actually very little effects being applied there. It's purely just straight. So this is really redefining a little bit production for creators, right? And let me go through a few points. So one of the points is real-time visualization. So if you're a director, you see exactly what's going on. You see it through the camera lens. This gives you a lot of confidence in what you're shooting. And also, if you're an actor, you're stepping on stage, you see the environment that you're in. You can interact. You can step over a line in the virtual environment. So it's a lot more easy and much more comfortable for an actor. You don't have to imagine. Rapid prototyping, that means if you're a creator, it's very easy to move things around, change the time of day, move an element around, move a tree around, move the mountain if you have to, just to get the shot right. We're currently shooting a music video, and one of the scenes is in the desert, and we keep spinning the environment, just finding the perfect shot. And that affects lighting, affects the ambient light, and so forth. So it's a huge advantage. Another thing is, shoot in any location, at any time, right? Within one day, you can be in space, you can be in the desert, you can be on a mountain, or inside a metal flower, wherever you need to be. So it gives you a lot of flexibility. And another point is, especially popular during COVID, you can do global collaboration because it's real time. What you see through camera is what you see, right? So you can work with directors and other production companies all around the world. Gives you a lot of flexibility. So with this kind of production, things changed a little bit. A lot of the work that's typically done in post moves to pre-production. So when you get to post-production, you're done the shoot, the job is almost done. So when you apply this type of process, it makes it a lot easier. That said, your mindset have to change a little bit because you have to put a lot of thought into the beginning. Another point I want to make is, by shooting in this kind of volumes, you're actually, less global, you don't damage the environments, less travel, you don't need to go out to these remote locations, do it all in studio. So that's good from an environmental point of view. And one point I also want to point out, which is often it's not mentioned, but I think it's important, it makes it more accessible. So if you don't have the resources, or you may be physically disabled, you can actually also take part in producing content when you can do it in studio, and maybe you wouldn't be able to travel to these locations. So I think, just to wrap my part up, it's really an opportunity when you shoot in virtual volumes like this to really think outside the box, to get a little extra creative. It really is. You don't have to be limited. You can do almost anything you want. You can step into surreal environments, minimalist environments, and these environments are absorbed on your reflections and translucency and so forth, so it really increases the production value in what you're doing. If you're shooting a commercial, as I said, for a bottle, there's no better place to do it than in an LED volume. And obviously, as I said, ambient lighting is key. And again, be on top of a sand dune, be in a mountaintop, everything where you want to be is actually extremely simple to do in a virtual volume. So it's often used for, big movies now are doing this, right? You see The Mandalorian, everything is pretty much shot in the virtual volume. And one thing is a bit of a departure, but I want to mention this because it's becoming extremely easy now to actually bring a virtual avatar, like a digital twin, into the virtual volume, and you can actually interact with them with markerless motion capture. And this creates a lot of flexibility, and there's a question that we often get, can we interact with an avatar? Yes, it's actually possible, and you can actually be off stage, your movement can be captured, and it comes live on the screen, you can have people interacting. This kind of stuff can be done live, and it's very, very exciting. So I think overall, just to sum it up, I think all of these technologies essentially gives you a chance to really immerse yourself and create very exciting storytelling. So, but I do want to make one final point is, and I'm quite passionate about this, as much as I'm talking about the technology, and I think we'll probably be talking about that a little bit, but I think the idea is technology is only there to help you, right, to elevate your story. You need to have a good story. That's essential, right? Okay. I think that's my part.
Great, thank you, Roger. Thank you for sharing. It's fascinating to see how much XR can do and how much it could help in telling stories. Next, I think we'll have Henry,
This
our
button, right?
engineer
Pointing
turned artist,
that way.
Yes, probably helps.
to share a little bit about how different kind of technologies probably could bring in together to create art and create storytelling. Henry, I think stage on you.
Hello. Welcome. And thanks for having me. My name is Henry. As the MC introduced it, I'm a digital artist. So I'm going to talk about art and technology, same topic as Roger, but I think we will end up in somewhere else. So I designed this diagram to summarize my career. So I studied engineering in before year 2000. And then I graduated I started my first job, full-time job as a programmer. And then I started my design company in 2004. It's a web design company. And then it's almost 20 years. And I think in maybe 5 years ago, I started to do digital art. So you can see that is from very technical and becoming more emotional and more like art. So the web design company is very focused in fulfilling the business objectives and business goals. So we help corporate companies. We are quite successful. We have major clients, mainly property clients in Hong Kong. But at the same time, we are not satisfied with the commercial success. We also look into, can we push the boundary? Because we have the technology, like an interactive programming and JavaScript, web-based technology, and can we push the limits? So I think our strength is always the concept and the idea. So we have my friend, William Lim, which is a very famous architect. He asked me to design a website for him. Not for his company. He started to paint during the COVID because he had nothing to do. And he spent a lot of time painting. So he has like this hybrid identity. And so this is the design I came up with. So it is, looks like, the identity looks like a staircase, which is a pathway that transits between his identities from an architect to a painter. And you can see we also try to invent some new UI. The whole website is not scroll vertically, but diagonally. So after I have this web design business for a few years, I think we have the very powerful execution technique. So to me, tech is a medium. And I started to create my own personal work. So this work is called Squiggle. Squiggle is an iPad app that when you draw, it also creates music. And this work is very well received and also invited to many exhibitions, including the MoMA group exhibition called Talk to Me. So this is a starting point, tech as the medium. And you can see from the Squiggle, the tech we're using is the interaction technology. We are using like simulation to simulate how the string to react with your playing. And we also have an outcome, like a music and a painting. So I think this is the framework of how I create things. Because I study engineering and software, so this is more like an input, process, and you have the output. To me, I always love to play music and always love to paint, but I don't have the technique. I don't have the discipline to practice. So I think I will use the technology here to help me to bridging the goal that I don't have the skills to fulfill. And I also look into the process, like that is the input, there's a process and output. So what if I'm not the one who initiate the creation? What if the creation is triggered by something else, like the data in Hong Kong? So in that case, I created my first digital art, which is called The Sound of Market. It takes the stock data real time in Hong Kong and generate and translate into a music. So you can see it's not only me, but we can also invite other inputs. And the tag we are using is API. So in 2021, that's the Digital Art Fair in Hong Kong. And you know, that is the year we talk about cryptocurrency, we talk about NFTs. So I took that opportunity to convert my Hong Kong stock market piano into this blockchain piano. It also used the real-time stock information, but this time it's the cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is much more better than the stock market locally in Hong Kong because it runs 24/7, and also doesn't. It has a very powerful API. So these were actually convert the money into music. You are listening to the price. But as the piano, you can also play. Guess what happens if you play the piano? Anyone? It buys the cryptocurrency at the real time. So we convert the music into money. So it's like, you see, that's a cycle. But when I start to demonstrate this work, people start to react very interestingly, like I see it is not only the money, but the emotion behind. Because people always said in the stock market, there's two emotions. There's greed and fear. So to me, it's more than like money. It's like these emotions converting into music. And these emotions are always hidden in this data. And last year, I was invited to create a wind piano for a watch brand AP. So I also have some engineering things going on because instead of using the screen as the piano, I replaced it with 16 drone motor and propellers. And by playing, you create a wind sculpture. Also, the visual, the generative visual also projected to the fabric, which is removed dynamically according to your playing. So you can play on the left, on the right, soft and powerful. It also reflects into this wind sculpture. Okay, so adding to the stack, I can also involve public as the input. I can also put engineering and API. But at some point, I want to talk about AI a little bit here. This is last year. I was commissioned to do an AI artwork for a band in Hong Kong. I was quite, this is the outcome. So I think last year we are still like fascinating about what AI can do, like a Mid-Journey or Stable Diffusion. But by now, I think this is like outdated because it becomes so accessible. Everyone can create something like that. So I have a fear. The fear of using the cutting-edge technology. And I start to think, I don't want people to take away the technology when they see the work. I want people to focus in the concept, focus in the music, the visual, and in the installation. So when I did this interactive installation last year, I tried to hide the tech. And I tried to stay away from like the most cutting technologies. So this is an interactive installation commissioned by Museum of Art in Hong Kong, which is very near in Tsim Sha Tsui. And people come to the museum not only as an audience, they can also create a unique portrait by moving the furniture. I love to create artwork like more intuitive instruction. There's nothing to tell people what to do, but they just move the furniture very naturally in that environment. So when they move the furniture according to, maybe because I want to sit near to some beautiful lady, so I move the furniture, I sit next to her. And some kids just move the furniture because they're so active. And by moving the furniture, they're also creating a new portrait. So these eyes, nose, and mouth actually come from the museum collection. And they can also take a selfie and to mix their face. So hence the name portrait play. And I started to, because we are so surrounded by technology, and then I want to go back to the nature a little bit when I want to escape. So I start to do artwork that use the flower motifs. So this is in Tsim Sha Tsui. I think everyone was trapped in the bubble during the COVID. So this idea is to help them to coming out from a bubble and become something natural and beautiful. And this is the flower animation that I created within this hologram frame. And then I put that into the nature. So you can see that is the reality versus virtual reality here. And I just want to skip this very quickly. I have this collaboration with Hong Kong Philharmonics this year in May, and I created 4 artworks for the symphony. So these artworks are all generative. These are all generative on-site. So you won't see anything similar if you come to the show, all the free shows. So I have the inspiration comes from like a movie, graphic design, and contemporary painting. So I want to wrap this with this message. So we have this all technology enabling artwork. So the question is, can AI replace some of those? I think the answer is definitely yes, because we can ask AI to do the programming. We can replace some algorithm with AI. But we can also see like some artists started to train AI as a model and as the creator, and ask the AI to suggest some artistic direction. And we can also, I came across a tech conference, and the presenter mentioned the AI can be generated through the AI. So it is not only, the outcome is not only visual and music, it can also be an algorithm. I think what we fancy about AI is it gave us so many possibilities. But don't forget, this possibility also dilute the value of the artwork. Imagine you have a human painting, and he can only there's only one version of that. And the AI can create infinity version of that painting. So each painting actually has 0 value. Try to imagine that. So I think that is one worry about the AI is we trust AI too much. And at the end, maybe we are getting something like this. Like there's a 0 value in the input, 0 value in the process, and 0 value as the output. So I think that's my presentation. And I believe there will be some question about technology and AI and art. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Henry. Thank you for your sharing. There's a lot of really interesting art pieces. I particularly like that piano, blockchain piano, coming from technology background, seeing how that changed into art. And I find that really fascinating, especially with your background as an engineer. Can I maybe ask the first question to you about, how do you bridge that gap, bringing a warm human touch, using cold hard technology and create art? I think that is really quite an interesting combination. Probably share a little bit with us, maybe your creative process. How do you bridge that gap together? Particularly, maybe from your background as being an engineer as well.
I want to bring an analogy of like a music playing. So when you play the music, you always focus in playing it correctly, like accurate in the time signature, in the strength and tempo. So that is the part of technique. If you focus too much on the technique, you will become so cold. But after you become very fluent in the technique, you practice enough, you can play without looking at it, you start to put emotion, and that's the warmth of the creation. So I think if you have a very good technology and execution skill, then you don't have to worry about technology. You focus in the emotion. So I think maybe AI can help us a little bit, because I think before AI, only those who have the creative mind and the technical know-how can create those digital art. But now AI is become so accessible. People focus in the content, the concept, and the message, rather than the process itself.
Yeah, so it's getting that technical skills there first, and then you inject that human touch into it in that case. Yeah. It's very important for having that skill base first in that case. I've been talking about skills and technology. Another question I have probably is for Roger. You show us a lot of quite fascinating views about how XR can create stories, and it is really quite amazing seeing that girl from close up and to sitting in the middle of a flower. I thought that was really amazing. But speaking about using technology, what do you see some of the common challenges when creators or content creators or even artists trying to use XR? Because it seems quite new. It's not a skills that like a piano you could master right away. Yeah. What do you see some of the challenges, and
well,
how do
I play piano as well. You don't master it right away, but but yes, I see your point. No, I think with XR, it depends sort of where you stand. So obviously, if you're a creator and you want to start using XR, of course, there's a lot of tools that you need. It's quite a significant investment, right? In the infrastructure and the technology and the setup. It requires a lot of technical expertise. It's quite complex workflows. And I think one of the key things, if you're a creator and you go to a studio, is as I briefly mentioned, is the mindset has to change a little bit. And I guess that's part of the challenge, right? Because we're so sort of set in our way of doing something, right? So, because a lot of the, typically as I mentioned, a lot of the post-production has to actually move to pre-production, which means you have to actually make a lot of creative choices that you typically would kind of leave for later. And we see that as a bit of a challenge, but I actually like to think of that more as a creative opportunity, because I think what we see is people actually changing that mindset, put a lot more creative thought into the environments and the shots thereafter. The outcome is actually better, and the process can become more creative and more flexible and more fun, rather than leaving it for later and realizing that, oh, we don't have what we need and we got to go back in and so forth. So that's certainly one of those things. So
it all comes from changing the mindset and interacting with the technology.
Yeah. I think just being open to trying new things, right? I mean, I think we're all sort of often set in our way, right? And why change it if it's not broke? But I think it's seeing what it can offer and how it can enable you to think differently, right? How you approach a creative idea.
That got me
how you can tell a story.
It got me into a next question, playing a bit of devil advocate here. I know we're talking about how fascinating technology is in help empowering storytelling, but what's wrong with the old school way of telling a story? Why technology becomes so important in storytelling these days? Yeah. What do you guys? It's a question probably for both of you guys. What do you think? Why technology becomes so important now?
I always. One of my hobby is art collector, but as a digital art creator, I collect painting usually, mainly painting. So I think this is the root. The good old-fashioned storytelling is always the root. We shouldn't forget those, because we are human. We are designed to perceive like stories, not computer graphics. So I think I want to bring up one thing Roger mentioned. The technology is just a vehicle. So if you have this vehicle, what are you going to put on the vehicle to deliver to those people? I think technology is just a very powerful, versatile vehicle. We shouldn't forget the passenger.
It's the story that matters at the end.
I agree. I think sometimes the good old-fashioned way is the best way. You want to retain that, but even you do use technology, you want to still kind of take that approach. I think the best use of technology, and like what we do, is when you can actually go into a studio and you don't have to worry about it. It just makes it happen, and it elevates your creative idea. I think that's certainly things to that. But I think obviously technology is such a big. I mean, what are we really talking about? Technology plays such a big role in beyond the creation, right? I mean, one thing I quite I think this important point is, technology is sort of a democratization of storytelling, right? Technology makes it much easier for content creators all around the world who, 10 years from, 20 years from now, could even dream about telling stories, right? They wouldn't have the tools, or forget about being able to distribute it. So I think, even just technology becoming more accessible, it's easy for people to express their creative ideas, even with AI, although they're not having 20 years of design experience. I think it's a positive thing because you'll see, more creative ideas from all around the world, more diversity in the creative expression and the storytelling and so forth. So I think, just there's many positives, right? But yeah.
Yeah, that I find it quite fascinating as well. As you said, a lot of the medium is still the roots. It's the most important part, and the music or visual is the roots that comes for the art and the story. But technology seems to play also a very interesting role about bringing interaction with the audience, because I think a lot of the art from Henry is a lot of audience interacting and creating it together with you. And I probably this question is how important it is for interaction. How does technology play a role in getting audience interaction? Why it is so important in storytelling, I think.
Audience are very hard to please now. They've seen all kinds of stuff. They watch Hollywood movie like a multi-billions of budget, and they also look at a very fancy Instagram loop videos. So I think they've seen all. I think the point using interactivity is to create their own version of the artwork. Because when I do the artwork, I always like doing 50%. Another 50% was fulfilled and completed by the audience. So they are always welcome to generate their own version, and that will become more relevant to them. But as I mentioned, it is very difficult to assess the value of each version of this creation because there's endless possibility. That means everyone is very cheap in the value because it can be generated so easily. But I think personalization is another word I will focus. It has no value to you, but it has so much value to me because that is my version. So I always, when I create my artwork, I always be entertained by how people react to that and create their own version. So it is kind of my satisfaction and motivation when I do new works. When I discover there's a new technology, that means there's a new way to engage the audience.
Yeah, I guess the audience really more difficult to please these days, and things keep changing. And Roger, what's your view? Because technologies keep changing as well. How do audience change?
I totally echo that. I mean, there's an oversaturation of content, and typically it's quite good. The quality is good, right? So that's also another reason why we have to keep pushing technology, keep pushing the audio quality, the visual quality, and everything, because people expect it, right? So and I agree. It's we talk about art as well. I mean, the future of art has to be more than just a nice image. It's not going to be enough, right? It has to be interactive. It has to be an experiential experience. It has to be an experience. You have to feel something. And I believe that AI, and you can already see it, is getting smarter and smarter at getting personalized. And I do think eventually AI, certainly it's not going away. So I think eventually it's just going to get smarter and smarter to retain the personal nature of the artist and doing something quite unique. But I think we just have to have an open mind and play, go with the punches, right?
I guess that reflects to your point about mind changing. People need to mind shift, change your mindset about how art is created. It's no longer one way of giving out a message. It's no longer one way of telling a story, but it's an interaction to create that story. I know my time is about up, but probably one last question, maybe advice for our audience here. As we know, technology are really constantly changing, constantly transforming. How do you maybe an advice to our audience about how do you take advantage of those keep changing technologies to create a story, empowering story that's long-lasting, that is impactful, and and it transcends time? What's your thought of that?
What's your thought, Henry?
I think that is
it's a tough question.
So little time we have.
It's a big question.
There's so many technology we need to learn.
Right.
Because it's you go into this artist art shop, and there's so many types of tools, brushes, pigments and all kinds of tools. And you need to learn every one of them. That is impossible because that is like a pipeline of generating these tools in an incredible speed. So I think is you need to make decision. You need to choose what is important to you. To me, I would rather to spend more time with my family. So you don't need you need to manage your time wisely. So I would say human interaction is still very important. That is one of my inspiration. Come from. So I will sometimes, when I create an artwork, I always like to find this emotion that I experienced it. Then I recreated that in my own medium, in my own style. So it's always go back to the nature, always go back to the people.
The inspiration and the emotion is always the root of creating good art. And Roger?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's so many tools, right? There's so much stuff out there, and I think you got to have an open mind and take risks and just jump into it. It's kind of to your point. Don't try to overly be a perfectionist, because there's always going to be new tools. There's going to be new ways. I think it's just embrace it. Again, back to the story. You know what you want to achieve. Just do it. Try to play.
You need to know how to when to stop.
Well, this is good enough.
You need to stop.
Yeah. But you see it with a lot of people, and I'm a bit like that myself. You kind of keep working and working and working, and eventually you've gone through many iterations of something that arguably would be good, but then you decide it's not good enough. And what do you have in the end? Nothing. So, and I think with all the tools, you have to be careful, right? Got to keep your heads out of the clouds a little bit.
Yeah, the first draft is always the best.
It usually is.
Great, thank you so much. I think back to our previous session about just do it with the creative leadership,
Absolutely.
Right? Just need to get your hands dirty, give it a try, and you create better stories.
100%.
Thank you very much for our audience and share, and thank you our panelists for sharing their experience.
Images, lasting forever.
Colors, unlimited by boundaries.
Songs, sung across continents.
Original works in physical or digital format, or communicated to the public by any mode of electronic transmission, are protected by law. The latest amendments to the Copyright Ordinance are in force.
Respect originality to encourage creativity.
Use genuine digital copyright works.
Our first session this afternoon is about sustainable leadership and brand rejuvenation. We are pleased to have invited Mr. Michel Shelto, Managing Director of Regent Hotel Hong Kong, and Ms. Helen Admos, Sustainability Consulting Lead, APAC, and Head of Sustainability Consulting, Hong Kong of JLL. Both of them are at the forefront of driving sustainable practice across the corporate value chain while creating long-term business value and just minimizing environmental impacts. We're also very happy to have Ms. Delecia Tan, CEO, Hong Kong and Greater Bay Area, Alderman, to join us again, and she will moderate this session. Ms. Tan has more than 20 years of integral marketing communication experience across the Asia-Pacific. This session is presented by China Chem Group, and we appreciate their generosity in supporting KODW. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Shelto, Ms. Admos, and Ms. Tan.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to share about the transformation of Regent Hong Kong. Regent is part of the families of brands of IAG, Intercontinental Hotels Group. And as a global organization, we have a commitment to sustainable environment. Allow me to share a short video that illustrates that commitment. So this is the framework that every IAG property has to work with. And every single property needs to adjust that strategy to its local environment. In the case of Region Hong Kong, for many of you that know the building, it has been in the market for 40 years, operated first 20 years as Regent, then Intercontinental. And in the past 2 years, we have initiated a tremendous transformation. And I would like to illustrate that again through images, the scope of the transformation. While the building by itself feels from outside that nothing has really happened, you will see the scope of the transformation that we went through. Our designer was Chi Wing Lo. And it all starts with a clear understanding of each other's value. I mean, Chi Wing Lo has his own style of design, and he really was briefed from the beginning of that journey of what is it that we were expecting and understand our strategy from the beginning of the project. Our discussions and our conversations were always gravitating about these pillars, no? People and communities, reducing carbon emissions, energy and water, and waste reduction, all these themes and were really at the heart of all the conversations when we had design briefs. Let me drill a little bit more in what that meant for us. When we were addressing the details of the project, there was, from the beginning, when we had those conversations with contractors, designers, the careful selection of construction materials were part of the decision process that we had to go through in order to aim for a sustainable environment. The replacement of equipment for efficiency is a no-brainer. This is a building that was operating for 40 years. So all the mechanical plants, all the water pipings, everything needed to be updated to current technology. So having these elements at the heart of the conversation were important. In room control automation, I mean, how many of you have had to get into a hotel room and not being able to switch on and switch off the lights in the way you want it, having that level of comfort? It's kind of amazing. And having that conscious and awareness from the moment of design is very important so that we can effectively be a vehicle for our guests to be able to use energy efficiently in the room and control lighting. It's not just about having the motion detectors that control the room when you step out of the room. It's about how our guests engage and how do they do it without even thinking, being part of the process of being very responsible in the way we use our resources. Electric transportation for us is just a conscious choice again. We are one of the first properties that do offer electric transportation for our guests to transfer from airports to hotels. So these are choices that are easy to make and that do contribute. Then when it comes to waste reduction, it's the same. It's all about choices that we make, and how do we strengthen the industries that are engaged into recycling. So there are many ways to engage, and for us, all our uniforms were contracted through a company that really engages with recycling, and most of our uniforms have a lot of elements related to reuse of resources. Sustainable water reduction. When it comes to water consumption, you know, in the hotel at the times of Intercontinental, we used 500,000 bottles of plastic for water at the times of Intercontinental. Moving forward, we have brought up design solutions together with the designer to have filtered water in our rooms. So that makes an incredible difference. When you get into 20 years of operation like we did for Intercontinental, I mean, we're talking about 10 million bottles of plastic less with just one single decision. So again, these conversations are very, very important. Developing food waste programs, going paperless is no different. You have an incredible front desk, long desk, which is designed to be able to deliver an arrival experience, but at the same time, bringing the ability to our team members to have no use of paper in the whole process. So all of this is very important to have those conversations at the beginning of the conversation. People and culture, building the culture around being sustainable is something that we have a role as a business to educate also, and bringing committees within the hotel as our team members and colleagues, as they step out of the hotel, they become citizens that engage with their community. So there is an educational role of businesses to bring that to the table to create a better world. At IAG, we have a platform that allows us to measure success, and we benchmark properties against each other in order to learn from others. It's a digital platform which is available for all our properties globally, and we have the opportunity to compare our results and always take the steps to the next level. Engaging with environmental certification is part of the learning process, learning from other industries, and engaging also with local governments and fitting and aligning with their plans usually accelerates the process. So this is something that we're doing quite effectively. So for us, it's about really taking a step and engaging with this subject, which I think is at the heart of many conversations, with the evolution of guest needs. So thank you.
I'll wait for mine to come up, sorry. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to present. Actually, your role of what they've done with the Regent and how you've uplifted that building is the topic of my presentation. So I didn't know this in advance, so we've done quite well. But yeah, so I'm just wanting to really focus on the existing building part. As was mentioned in the introduction, I head up the sustainability team at JLL. And we are responsible for really transforming the landscape as much as possible through our work to make sure that we are creating those existing buildings that stand for 40 years plus to really drive the industry forward. So to me, the greenest building is the one that already exists. We don't retrofit enough, in my opinion, and I'll touch more on that as we go through this presentation. But we need to think about it from a completely different standpoint. The new shiny buildings that we build now are great, but we don't build enough of them to compensate for what we already have. And 80% of that existing stock that stands today will still be here in 2050. And we all talk about this long-term aim and goal. And we really need to start doing something. This slide highlights the fact that we need to retrofit 3% of buildings to make targets. And currently, globally, we're achieving 1% to 2%. Here in Hong Kong, probably thanks to you, we're achieving around 1%. So I think this just shows the magnitude of the challenge that we face ahead. And just to put that into context, when we look at carbon emissions, which everyone talks around, buildings actually account for a huge percentage of those emissions. And this graphic is just looking at a few key cities, and you can see Hong Kong 3 from the bottom, where 60% of our carbon emissions come from the built environment. We don't have industry, particularly heavy industry, but that shows the contribution that we make, and we really need to start looking at it in a different way and considering it right from the start, be it from the concept of a design, but also from that uplift. And one thing that we're starting to see now, I work a lot with investors who invest in real estate across the region, is this whole concept of risk, and how do you price in risk when it comes to sustainability? You're buying and holding assets to make money and to make return. What we're starting to see in the market, less so in Asia, but in Europe, definitely, this whole concept of a brown discount. And the need to kind of uplift buildings to prevent that happening. There is an example in the UK where a building which had a valuation done 12 months before it went to market actually sold for 30% less than that valuation, because it wasn't possible to move that building forward to what we term a net zero trajectory, to actually bring down that consumption. So the market reacts. That valuation was not wrong, but at the time, the market was not wanting to buy buildings that they could uplift and improve the performance of. And again, I touched on a few of these points before, but I just want to raise on this slide, actually the quantity, looking at 17 major countries across the globe, to retrofit that existing building stock is, sorry, can't get the words out, apologies. It's a $3 trillion risk that is out there that we need to somehow fund. And I'm sure the cost of your uplift and retrofit was more expensive than knocking down that building and starting again. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. That locked-in carbon right up the front, we're saving by reusing these buildings and making landmarks out of them again, as they were when they were first constructed. And just one other thing is just to looking at specifically around office buildings. 90% of the stock that exists in existing cities is over 10 years old. We talk about buildings having a lifespan. They're designed to be for 50 to 75 year life cycles. So those buildings really are going to be sticking around, and we need to start looking at them seriously. So what does a net zero carbon strategy look like when we're looking at an existing building? So JLL worked to create this concept, which is not revolutionary in any stretch of the imagination, but it's just bringing to life what needs to happen. So the first stage is just to understand what the performance of the building is, and then looking at where there is opportunities to optimize that efficiency through the low and cheap or low cost options, and then moving forward to looking at the more bigger actual asset efficiency uplifts. And that's where the embodied carbon kind of comes into play a bit as well, and looking at making sure we're optimizing that through the retrofit, using materials that are sustainably sourced or have got lower carbon associated with them. And this is the real challenge for us for a lot of existing buildings, is the use of gas. At the moment, we don't have an alternative renewable source of gas. So that we need to remove that from the building. So that means moving that building to be 100% electrified. And that obviously has challenges around the systems in place in the building, the size of the risers. It's real uplift requirements that need to start taking place. And then we move down that supply to look at what does energy offset looks like, either on-site or off-site renewables. And then finally looking at that tiny part at the end is really to offset. The aim is to bring that consumption down as far as possible through many different measures, and hoping that our energy grids help us along the way by taking on more renewable energy and moving away from coal. So finally, I just wanted to kind of end with a case study of where we've seen the uplift of an existing building to really maximize the use of that frame to reduce the embodied carbon. This was a project that JLL worked on in Atlanta for the headquarters of Interface. Interface is a super sustainable company, and all the products that they develop, they've got a lot of circularity, and they really did start way before the rest on this journey towards sustainability. So for them, when it came to looking at that new office and retrofitting it, what did that mean and how should they approach it? So instead of knocking it down and starting again, they really went back to the basics to see as you guys did, I'm sure, having the conversations around what the opportunities were in that space and how they can uplift it to be the office that they need it to be to support their workforce today, but without actually generating any further environment or minimizing the environmental impact. So as it shows, the total emissions of the building fell by 50% in terms of the consumption. So there really was a lift up of actually how that building was performing. There was also a huge diversion of waste from landfills, from actually preventing the waste in the first place, rather than looking for a solution to it once it's generated. And then finally, looking at actually that impact. If you were to compare a like-for-like building, if it was to be built from new again, it's actually a 42% lower impact, which really shows the value that we can have when we talk about it in terms of the whole life carbon, rather than just looking at the sort of what happens once it's in operation and how its performance. We've started to see this emerge a lot in our market recently from a brand perspective and a repositioning of assets. One thing that I think is just to highlight before I finish is in Hong Kong at the moment, to give context, it's a tenants market. There is so much vacant office space. Over the last year, companies have downsized, they've relocated, they're going for quality over quantity of space. So it's really changed the way that we're occupying space. And as a result of that, there's buildings that have got very high vacancy rates, which obviously is affecting bottom line. So we're being approached a lot this year specifically about what does it look like to reposition my asset? What can I do to this existing building in the center of Central that I've got 40% vacancy in? How can I make it stand out from those that are around me? And so that repositioning piece and retrofitting is where take an existing building and uplift it, and you've got a product that will compete with the new buildings that are shining down the street. Thank you all.
Fascinating. Both fascinating presentations covering off different facets of today's conversation. Members of the audience, I'm sure you're dying to ask questions, so please feel free at any point to raise your hand, and we're happy to take your questions as well. So to kick us off, I do think, we've seen the variations, the data that we're seeing, but are we seeing variations across the regions? Are we further behind in Hong Kong? Are we further up front? Where do things sit across the globe?
I think, I'll take it first, you can take, but from a regional perspective, I'd say Hong Kong's a lagger. We're not leading the way in any way, shape or form in sustainability in the built space. I think Singapore and Australia are flagships for us to follow. And I think that's purely driven by regulation and disclosure. In terms of Singapore, there is mandated performance requirements of buildings. And in Australia, you have the neighbours rating, which gives you the opportunity to compare. And to your point before about peer pressure, I think, is what drives us all, because we want to be sitting there as the best in class. So Hong Kong has a lot to learn, but yeah, we're seeing change.
Speaking of a lot to learn, Michelle, congratulations. Beautiful new hotel, and in the best possible way as well. But let me ask you a chicken and egg question. Where did it all start? With the brand rejuvenation, or really with the ambition to drive towards a sustainable property?
It's a combination of both. There is no right or wrong, but it's trying to find the right balance. So from a brand perspective and from a business perspective, we try to make sense of those two areas so that we can take the asset to the next level. In the IG family of brands, Regent sits above Intercontinental. So it is also about elevating the experience, but also the guests of today and tomorrow in the upper luxury market have evolved and are looking for different things. So it's about really adjusting to these new consumers.
Indeed. When we're talking about consumers, Helen, what are you seeing from an asset perspective? Are people really voting with their dollar, and therefore your clients are really coming to you with that demand?
Yeah, we've seen a huge shift in the last 2 years around expectation of occupiers in the commercial real estate portfolios. They come with checklists about things that the building needs to have in to make it compliant for them to be able to move into. And I think that is now driving the market to kind of answer those questions. And we are having conversations with developers in Hong Kong that previously never had it on their agenda as being something, but because they are needing to address these questions, they need to know, are they doing enough, or what can they do? And that's where the real challenge and exciting kind of shifts that we might see start to happen.
Indeed. Michelle, you also had design great Lo Chi Wing as part of this journey for the Regent here in Hong Kong. How was that in terms of bridging the design aesthetics, the functionality of the space, and really keeping the honesty of materials top of mind in that process as well?
As I mentioned in my conversation, in my presentation, it's a conversation that we need to have with a designer. And I'd like to illustrate that with the front desk example that I gave a moment ago. The design of a long front desk, which is 17 meters long, beautifully designed in harmony with the overall space, is quite special. Now, when you look at the aesthetics part of it, and then we have to combine this with functionality and ensure that those two elements talk together. And that's where the conversations are important, the alignment is important, because this will allow us to effectively then provide a paperless experience if we go into the details of the design and have this dialogue at every step of the journey. So it's about influencing the designer and the designer influencing us to make the best choice possible with our strategy in terms of sustainable environment at the heart of those conversations.
Yeah, I really have great respect for the team at the Regent, including yourself, because it not only takes ambition, it also takes stamina to see the whole process through. So what would you say was one of your greatest challenges in seeing this project to fruition and really making sure that it represented the brand, but also the future for the group?
I think the bigger challenge, I think Ellen touched also on this, is the retrofit and what you have to go through when you engage with an older building. You have that ambition of being to have a long-term sustainable environment, but at the same time you are limited by some of the regulations that you pointed. You are limited by the physical limitations also of the building. And also the cost effectiveness of the measures that you have to choose from, because there are so many alternatives, and making the best possible choice is not always the easiest decision to make due to the several interests that you have to run in a business.
Helen, would you like to build on that? You know, where are you seeing most success from a client perspective, and where are you seeing some people having that ambition but not the stamina to go the mile?
I think we see it quite a lot when it comes to cost. I think cost tends to be a huge inhibitor to what you're going to be able to achieve. Again, there are parameters within the building. We worked recently with a client in an older building to fit out the space. They had very high aspirations about what they wanted to achieve in the building from their space, and it was a great challenge to have, because they had really high acoustic requirements. I'm sure you get in hotels as well. But building out those meeting rooms in the core of the building actually enabled us to be able to deliver on that acoustic requirement by still allowing all the daylight in. So it was about balancing those varying different challenges that the client came with. But I would say at the same time, often aspiration is higher than the pocket. So it does, we see things that are nice to have get taken out quite quickly for both space requirements and cost requirements.
Indeed. Michelle, is that true?
It's no different for us, and there is a limit to the possibilities, and we have to work within that context, but it shouldn't refrain us from having ambitious objectives and make the step toward that direction, because eventually it will pay off. Now, as Ellen said, it's how do you measure that risk of going the step further?
Yeah. Hopefully your energy bills. We might see an increase in those soon.
Helen, if you could improve that whole process, you know, from the consultancy through to the end user that Michelle sees, what would you do to bridge that gap? How would you bring all these design through design thinking or through a better process? You know, if you could make sure that this ran perfectly from first point of consultancy to the end of the consumer experience, what would you do?
I think up until the end of construction, it's about bringing everybody together. And I think you said at the beginning in your presentation about that design brief, and having all of the ideas coming together really early on can make sure that you can look to balance out what is needed against maybe things that can drop by when you start the planning process. But engaging really early in the expectations, I think really helps to drive it all forward. From a customer experience perspective, I don't really understand that part. So
oh, wow.
I only know from how I interact with the space that we occupy or I sit in, I think. But I think, yeah, unfortunately, I don't get to understand or realize a lot of the projects we work on.
Which is why we have the perfect pair today, because, you know, I'm sure Michelle's the king of customer experience.
Today, customers are looking for something else than just material possessions. And the way I think that if we bring elements of concepts of like freedom, space, time in the experience that we design for our guests, which at the same time are experiential, I think we are on the safe side. And I think that sustainable environment and sustainable choices, more importantly, contribute to that sensation. And consumers today are looking, I think in the previous panel, I arrived a bit before, consumers are spoiled today. They have a lot of choices. And this is one of the panelists before that mentioned that in terms of digital art. So it's no different for hospitality, restaurants, and it's how do you meet those expectations and really try to differentiate yourself, and really in that matter it is meeting those demands of that evolving consumer.
And if I can just add on that, in terms of what we're seeing in the market a lot is around talent retention as well. So designing spaces that actually people want to be in. Maybe it's getting people back to the office after COVID, where we all worked remotely and no one wanted to come back. So actually bringing in the user experience into the design and decision-making process early on. So you're bringing in the elements that will attract and retain. And yeah, the newer generation have expectations on the workplace that we probably didn't when I joined the workforce. I was just glad to have a job. But I think it's the expectation of only working 4 days, or being able to have that flexibility of different learning styles or working styles in the same space has started to become something that, from like an end user perspective, needs to be considered.
Yeah.
From a workforce perspective, it is true that many the talents are looking for companies and organizations that really are committed, and that also makes a tremendous difference, because in hospitality at the moment it's very, very difficult to find team members, and having that additional appeal will make a difference in our ability to deliver a proper experience.
Indeed. Helen, if you had a wish list of how to do it right, what would it be? Top 3 things.
I think giving yourself time and not trying to rush everything. A lot of times we want to be finished, especially in Hong Kong. Having worked in Europe, moving to Hong Kong to work, I couldn't believe how fast a construction process could go from an initial design to a final product. And the amount of iterations that you do because you're not thinking strategically right from the start would be my number one. I think it's also about making sure that we're not looking at sustainability from a cost perspective. It's more from a, let's just get the basics right, and then in theory, that should lead to good sustainable practices. I don't think I have a third.
Oh, wow. Okay, top 2 things
I'm
then.
going to.
And Michelle, from your perspective, now with the hindsight of 2020 and your beautiful hotel now open, top 3 things you would share with somebody embarking on this process, be it from a design perspective or from an operator perspective?
I think that the first thing is engage. Engage in, and there's a world. The second thing is there is a world out there and try to make the best choice possible, trying to find the right balance. But it's about taking the first step, more importantly, and being aware that we can contribute, we can make a difference.
Okay, lots to percolate. With that, thank you very much for joining us here today. And ladies and gentlemen in the audience, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
In our next session, we'll dive into one of the hottest topics today, artificial intelligence and its application on the creative industry. We are honored to have Hong Kong-based Ms. Maggie Wong, CEO of Wonderman Thompson Hong Kong, Dr. Fan Ling, founder and CEO of Design.com, a unicorn company from the mainland which provides a digital platform based on enterprises' content workflow, connecting content production, management and application, and Mr. Fred Xu, National Technology Officer, Microsoft Hong Kong Limited, to join this panel today. They're all experts on this latest trend, and they will be leading a thought-provoking discussion on the controversies and possibilities involved. Once again, we have Mr. Darren Chakri, founder and managing partner of Hong Kong Initiative, to join us and moderate this discussion. HK Initiative is a company dedicated to harnessing global talent and technology to drive brand innovation. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Wong, Dr. Fan, Ms. Xu, and Mr. Chakri.
Welcome everybody to this incredible conversation and lineup that we have here today around generative AI. And it's an exciting time that we've not really seen a technology like this really activate and transform society, business, everything that we're doing. And they look, by the end of this decade, it's truly going to be one of those revolutions that we had the Industrial Revolution, we had the automobile, we had the phone, the television. I think you're going to look at this and by the end of this decade honestly say, this is the next big transformation of humanity and society. However, there's this interesting quote that I came across from the late Stephen Hawking. He said, success in creating AI would be the biggest event in human history. The biggest event in human history. Unfortunately, it might also be the last, unless we learn how to avoid the risks. And talking today and listening to creative leadership, it's about people at the heart of this, right? It's not about machines. It's not about that. And in the generative world, it's about how it's tools that we're using every day to make our lives easier, more creative, and more simple, right? And how we're using them. So with that, it's about how do we harness this immense power of generative AI for innovation and growth and creative leadership that we're driving across our organizations. And today we have a little bit of an interesting mixture. We have creative, we have, how do the designers, creative using tools, as well as technology. So with that, why don't we kick off? Maggie, you got a presentation?
Yeah, thank you.
Give us how the creative industry looks at AI.
Thank you, Darren. Hello, everyone. I'm Maggie. Let me begin this. They are so nice to let me start the conversation. So Bill Gates declared the age of AI has begun. This was published just this March. I'm just curious, so can you let me know, like in the audience, who are already using any forms of AI in your daily life? Can you just raise your hand?
Well, actually, technically, we all are if we're using any of the search engines or the other ones.
Yeah.
But
So it has already begun. So as Darren mentioned, it will change the way we work, we learn, travel, get healthcare, and even communicate with each other. So what is it? So I'm sure you know, as a lot of you are using it. So it's a subset of AI. It's about creating new data based on pre-trained data sets. It gets more creative when I asked it for self-introduction and also to an explanation to a kid. So it's actually a magical friend. It can learn and create new things all by itself. It's important because no matter you like it or not, our kids are the generations who are going to grow up with it. So whatever we do now, we will have an impact to their future. So how can we use it? Of course, the application landscape is basically expanding every single day. So these are just 5 commonly used types: image, text, video, audio, code. For image, I think there are designers, there are creatives in the hall today. So I'm sure you're using it every single day. And someone just figured out another application that embed the scannable QR codes into beautiful images. So here you go, another application. Just started last week. And then text generations, of course, we're familiar with that, with the ChatGPT and other similar apps. And think about the intelligent chatbot that we can, that we're having and will be having. Virtual assistant, of course, it helps it in creative writing and translation every single day. Video, audio, I think they always go together. So in film video production, gaming video, a lot of usages. This is just an example, not really an application, the AI talk, a video between Elon and Steve. Everything is generated by AI, the content, the images, and also the voice, of course. Last but not the least, the code generation part as well. So how are we using the tag? There are obviously many ways we can use it. Just for the interest of time, I'm just highlighting these 4, and I'll be elaborating them in the following slides. So first of all, improving productivity. I think this is going to be a big area because it's impacting our workflow in a great way. It automates a lot of our creative processes. And then secondly, I think one of the significant advantage of the technology is improving our ability in analyzing our data and thus understanding our customer better. Thirdly, of course, it's important to us, creative and designer, how it can open up our canvas of imagination, how we can use it in real cases. And last but not the least, personalized customer experience. It enables more human, intelligent interactions against robotic responses. So it's creating more engaging and rich experience to everyone. Of course, again, it's evolving. So it's just an example of how we can leverage on the AI to improve productivity. It's an example, a tool called AI Creative Director, being used by my counterparts in China, in both their Beijing and Shanghai office. So it's not replacing our creative directors, but it's definitely a great addition to their toolkit. So it's supporting them every day in generating layout drafts, developing storyboard, and also, as you can see here, some shooting references. They have to do it every day. It's quite repetitive, but it automates the process and it saves them a lot of time. It really contributes a lot to the efficiency and speed to the everyday work. And then in the second area about data analytics, I think AI has been around for decades. We have been using it for identifying patterns, trends, and then making better predictions. But nowadays, the challenge is really about we're having too much data. If we have F1 fans here, you know, every single racing car, it carries at least 300 sensors, and it generates massive amounts of data in one race. But then the truth is, you and I, as an average consumer, we actually generate more data per minute than an F1 car. So, and a big proportion of it is actually what we call unstructured data. So, for example, like text, video, audio, images, sound, we generate it every single minute. And I think the latest advancement in technology is instrumental in improving our ability to understand and make sense of it. So again, there are many ways that we can leverage the technology in enhancing our data analytics capabilities, and these are just some examples. So basically, it automates the process of gaining insights from data. It examines huge amounts of data in seconds, so help us to summarize it. Visualize it by generating the report and also different forms of data visualizations. It also identifies the keywords and content topic from search queries and even our social platforms. So it helps a lot in our development of SEO strategy, for example, and also content development. And on the other side, of course, it supports data analytics. So it recognizes images, video, all this unstructured data I just mentioned, and it can be applied to creative testing if you think about it. And it supports research as well. So that increases our probability of success when we run the campaign. And of course, which is the most important part, is it aids our understanding of our consumers, so enabling personalized content development at scale. So when it comes to the work itself, it actually expands our imagination and inspire creativity. So here's a case from Australia, from the brand KitKat. KitKat has been looking for fresh approach in keeping their brand relevant and up to date. So they needed to speak with the growing Gen Z audience in a cut-through, unexpected way. So with generative AI dominating the conversation, they found this as a perfect opportunity. Because after all, it's a brand that has been telling people to have a break for more than 65 years. How they did it? The idea was very, very simple. So basically, KitKat let the AI to do the marketing work. So the brand, and also like our counterpart in Australia, the creative partners, we can sit back and take a break. And also poke a bit of fun at the latest technology. So let's see the video. Thank you.
Made this ad so we could have a break.
Yo, I'm feeling so overwhelmed. Same. All this work and responsibilities. This Kit Kat, the chocolate and wafer combo is like a hug from the universe.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
I'm so scared.
AI made this ad so we could have a break.
Processing data, analyzing patterns. Wait, what's this? A Kit Kat bar? Even AI needs a break. Now, where was I? Oh, right. Processing data. Z.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
So human intervention is needed in most of the cases, okay? So that's KitKat. Another case from Coca-Cola, you may already have seen it. So in March, they launched this Create Real Magic AI platform. It's a nice try in utilizing the AI tools that combine the capabilities of GPT-4 as well as DALL-E to invite artists to create original work with AI, as well as their own iconic brand assets as well. So it's a great example of using AI for experimentation as well as co-creation.
And they've put everything, all of Coca-Cola assets, basically into this library, right?
Yeah,
and
a lot of them.
Then you could put text, music, whatever it was, and you were creating this now through everything. It was more of a controlled, creative process,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, that's right. And then you have, of course, the winners have the opportunity to have it publicized in
Times Square, right?
In Times Square, yeah. What's next? So this is really new. It was just announced in May, so about 2 weeks ago. It's a partnership between WPP, our parent company, and NVIDIA, the tech giant, to build a generative AI-enabled content engine. We believe, although like a lot of details are to be announced yet, but then we believe this will transform the way brands create content for commercial use. There are two concerns that this engine could potentially address. I think one of them we are facing it every day is about brand accuracy. So it's tough to get the correct brand data from the AI tools in the public domain. But then because with this engine, potentially our agency could seamlessly connect our supply chain of product data to this content engine. And thus, designer can create brand accurate and also photoreal digital twins of client products in the content, no matter it's video or images. And then secondly, I think it's about the safe content. So responsibly trained AI tools and content from partners, for example, from Adobe and Getty, will be used. So again, like designers can just use test prompts to add high fidelity objects into the scenes with peace of mind. So we do think it will be transformational. So stay tuned to this development. And then the fourth area I talked about is personalization at a new level. So it's an example of Spotify. So the brand has always haunted the skill of personalization. This new addition of the service, AI-powered DJ in your pocket, still in beta version, only available in some of the markets. It's an AI personalized DJ who knows you and your music so well that it can curate your music list. What's more is a commentary written by real music editors, real human, around the tracks and music that you like. In a voice, unsurprisingly, of course, generated by AI. So it will be fine-tuned as well with your input. So it will get better and better, more personalized, more tailored to your taste. So this is an example that has already been launched. And then just another two cases in the e-com space. So one of them is Susutang, a retailer in Japan, and also Levi's. I think they're also taking an approach in developing digital humans, high-fidelity digital humans, as the shop assistants who can help in recommending products as well as a customer fitting. And Levi's even has bigger ambitions in developing more models in every size, age, color tone, so that because customers can try on the clothes and products on the model that look like themselves. So it really takes personalization to another level. Just to wrap this up, so of course, great powers come great responsibility. So there are obviously a lot of challenges and risks involved, no matter it's covering from data privacy. So we have to think about the input, limitations of these AI platforms. The information can be false, inaccurate, or there could be biases in the underlying training data. And of course, ownership infringement about the output. Can we own this? Can the brand own this? This can be a concern. Last but not the least, ethics. And I'm sure later on, Fred will cover more on this part as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's the most sort of a convenient speech setting I've ever had. So comfortable sitting on the chair, on the sofa. It's so honored to be a human being and enjoy this convenience. My name is Ling Fan. I'm going to talk about, I have 30 slices, but I'll try my best to wrap up in 8 minutes and to talk about how generative AI is going to impact creators and creativities. Before going into the most updated technology, I want to go back 400 years ago, almost 400 years ago, to this Dutch artist Vermeer. I think we are all familiar with this painting, right? This painting has some unique features. First, it's very small. It's about the same size. Well, the head is about the same size as our head. So the whole picture is quite intimate in a way. And the second feature is that the color difference is so subtle that it's hard for a human painter to distinguish the color variations in a way, the lights, the colors, the effects. So people start to puzzle how Vermeer drew this about 400 years ago. So there were serious research by researchers. This is a book on Vermeer called Vermeer's Camera. And then also a very, very good documentary shoot about 10 years ago called Teams Vermeer, which is a documentary to decode how Vermeer sort of drew these kind of drawings. He has very limited paintings in his life, and everyone is very small, no landscape, only sort of humans and some sort of fixtures. And then the researchers discovered that in his lab, which is a small studio next to the cathedral at Delft, on the second floor of a small building, he actually used technology called camera obscura, which is like a projection. So to project the image onto the wall, and then he sort of trace it. So here it's hard to say if in today's perspective we of course understand Vermeer as an artist, but at that time he is mainly an engineer that produced that apparatus called camera obscura and really make artwork out of that machine that he produced. So what I'm trying to argue is this. In the human history, we emphasize the idea of human beings, right? We say we create a lot of things. But actually, we create based on a lot of technology, a lot of tools, and we always use the technology, and the technology empowers our imagination. I love this quote by Marshall McLuhan. He said, first we shape our tools, from very simple one to more sophisticated one, to more autonomous one, and then the tools shape us. So we are, along the development of technology, we have all these tools that emancipates us to think more widely, like the Kit Kat campaign. I love it. And in this process, if we think about an axis of idea and the other axis is effort, with the perspective technology, the technology developed right before the Renaissance, we are relatively easy to create image compared with the one before. Without this kind of knowledge, we just draw randomly. But with the perspective, we at least have a method that to draw more precisely. And then later we have digital tools like Photoshop, and it's easier. A lot. We probably will say that we won't challenge right now. Say how many graphic designers are replaced by Photoshop. Actually, graphic designers, the discipline is created by Photoshop. It's the printmaker is actually replaced by Photoshop. And now AIGC comes in. AIGC comes in, it democratized the creativity capability. It makes creating image, creating video, later on creating three-dimensional models as easy as creating text. So that's sort of the way that democratizing the creativity effort is what the technology sort of enables us. This is an assumption I have. It will be an explosion for creators and builders. It will be explosion. We won't have less creators, we'll have more. Younger. And before we probably spend a lot of time to make that effort. We spend a relatively smaller time to think. And it will turn into this. We'll spend 90% of the time to think and less time to make the effort to draw, to make the model, etc., etc. So, idea thrills. But of course, it won't be like we keep thinking like daydreaming, and then we do a little bit, it would be a process that constantly iterates. Think, do, think, do, think, do. Within the same period of time, we have more iterations of creative process. Inspiration, ideation, and creation. So, here, I want to propose an idea called the flywheel of creativity. The flywheel, the first term comes from a business writer, Jim Collins, is saying that if it's a company, you have a better service, then you have better income, you have better product, you have better service. So the flywheel, when it first starts, is slow, and then you gradually build a barrier, you build a moat, and then you build a business, you build a sustainable business. A great example is Microsoft. And idea is the same. If we iterate, if we have faster flywheels, the faster is not the purpose. It's just help us to think more, think better, and think wider to solve those unsolvable problems before. That's sort of the flywheel I'm talking about. You have a lot of inspirations, but with the prompt, you will have a lot more ideations. With the prompt, you will have a lot of creations, and then this continues. So within a period of time, we keep iterating our ideas. And so that's what the AIGC or generative AI can be able to help to empower the creators. This reminds me of a very recent breakthrough technology in large language model and foundation model called chain of thoughts. What is chain of thoughts? This is a paper last year, very recent. Chain of thoughts, it's about how to decode the reasoning process for the machine. So if I ask machine, what's the result if I have 30 books, I give Maggie 10, how many books we have altogether? And the machine will say 40, because it's mathematics. The mathematical capability of the machine is taught by a PE teacher. And then I sort of can inspire the machine. I said, oh, if I give 10 books to Maggie, how many books I have? Oh, it will calculate 20 books I have. So how many altogether? It will say 30. So that's the correct answer. So that's a sort of a chain of thoughts. One of the big breakthroughs for the large language model of this generation AI is so-called in-context learning. Basically, you can build a context for the machine, and the machine will become a role that you define for him, or for it, sorry. And that's sort of...
It, him?
Her. For them, yeah, sorry. So that's the chain of thoughts. So we are ready, we are able to use in-context learning and chain of thoughts to start to make your personalized language model. You can mimic, you can say, well, if you are a great writer of the world, you're the best copywriter, and then how you react to it. It actually can put themselves into that role. So I would say, for the creativity, we will also have chain of creativity. Just give one very simple example. We built, 3-4 months ago. Now it looks very bad, but at the time it's kind of advanced. So it just gives you an example. These are the inputs. My company, we have every Thanksgiving I will draw thank you cards for my staff, and these are the thank you cards. But now we have 500 people already, so I won't be able to draw. So these are the training models I used to draw. And then we train a model, right? Training. And then the model generates some result, not as good as mine, right?
Oh.
But some have some good quality. So we use those model-generated results together with some of my personal drawings together. We train a second-generation model. And the second-generation model will create some results. And then, of course, we can do that every year with human input and machine input, right? But what's more important is if we look at this image, just like Maggie just mentioned, a lot of data are unstructured data. My number is 95%, your number is 80. I don't know which Claire. But a lot of the data is unstructured data. And the unstructured data, it collects in the sort of so-called metadata session. And then within the metadata section lower part, there's a small piece called content DNA, which is sort of, we try to use metadata to record how that process, chain of creativity happened. So you see here, the bottom part, from the bottom to the top. FL, that's my initial. I create some drawings, 8 of them, and then do the model training, and then create a generation 1 model, and then LJN, which is one of my students, use prompt, and then to create a second generation. And then Ouyang is another colleague of mine. That model trained the second generation model, and then to prompt Ginkgo, another colleague of mine, to create a final result. So this is itself what we call train of creativity. Imagine chain of thoughts that you can sort of have a logical conversation with the machine, and then here is a logical and creative conversation with the machine. So the chain of thoughts, a chain of creativity, and the creative flywheel sort of combines together. That would be the paradigm which I think we can explore more. It's not the right or wrong answer. It's just start to explore more how the human and machine can create together.
Great.
So, time, I know.
Oh, I thought we were done.
Here comes back to the topic I have. I call BMR, brain-machine ratio. Very simple, RMB, BMR, RMB, BMR. BMR creates RMB. So we think about the relationship between human and machine. First, of course, what kind of job, what kind of task machine can do in the place of human, right? That's capability. And the second, which part you want to ask the machine to do. Some parts machine is very good at, but you actually do not want the machine to do. You enjoy doing that. For instance, designers enjoy browsing inspirations. And those things machine are very good at. Data mining, best thing that machine can do. But you don't want to give the job to the machine. And the third stage is the trust. Which part you trust the machine can do in your place. Okay, so if we look at this chart, easy for human and difficult for human. Difficult for human, definitely you want the machine to help you more. The one that you want to give the machine to do and the one you don't, right? So some you suffers. When you're doing it, you suffers. Some you enjoy doing, you want to do more, right? So I think here propose a new sort of relationship between human and generative AI or machine. Is that let the machine to help you overcome the difficult task, and let the machine to give you more time to do the things that you enjoy, because the machine can, help you to finish the unwanted jobs. I think these are sort of the more active, more positive relationship between a human and machine, between the creator and creator machine, right? So we don't want to make BMR so seriously. We don't want to, do a lot of statistics. We build a set of mini figures. All these are BMRs, right? With the big human brain, but a lot of tools that they develop. If you look at this, can you identify which one is Isaac Newton? Which one is Leonardo da Vinci? The top, that one is da Vinci. I actually own that one. Love it. And so stay joy, spark joy, and being naive. That's what the creators always need to have. We should enjoy the creation process, and we should keep being naive. And these are some points that I mentioned. Very quick summary.
Yeah, I got.
Yeah, last sentence. What is now normal was once only imagined. So imagination is how we can survive in this generative AI age. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Fred, now from the technology side, show us your perspective. I mean, it was interesting, you were talking about the virtual side of this and how we're starting to use the idea that you can scan yourself, you have a meta-human with some of these new technologies, and really pushing the boundaries of saying they can almost speak like you, they look like you. Now you can take them, you can put them into fashion or other ones, right?
Yeah, of course. I think that the advance of technology is really amazing now. I can do almost everything. But as I mentioned, AI is not really new. It's been around for a long time. The latest development of generative AI is make this AI much easier for people to use. Even people without like programming and coding skill, they can actually answer a model, if you like, to do amazing things, just like Maggie just showed, right? Even like I'm not a designer, I can just use my own language, natural language, if you like, to tell a computer system to generate some like amazing image that I can use for my product. And that is not, again, AI is not new. But before this generative AI, you want to do that as possible, but you still need a lot of skill, okay, and technology and money as well. But with this technology come up, I think we can actually do that with like normal, regular people can do it. You don't really need to spend enough time on this like I would say technology in order to do amazing thing. Right, I think that's really why it's disruptive. I think that's a major reason. And all we see is just a tip of iceberg. It's just beginning, just like what we see in internet in 80s, right? It takes about 20 years for internet to become very, very popular and extend everybody use internet on mobile phone in devices. And I think it takes much, much shorter time for this generative AI technology to come expose that people will experience the power of it in very short period of time. Just quickly go through this thing. I hope this thing works. Okay, this is a long agenda. So I have 3 modes. Darren, I have like a very professional mode, a very creative mode, and a turbo mode. So in view of running out of time, I use turbo mode to go through all this topic. Okay, so
turbo it is.
Next slide, please. It's not working. You haven't plugged the thing to that thing. Oh, so this generative AI, again, the prompt is really manage your creative outcome using a new company language, if you like. We call it prompt, right? I saw Dr. Fan's solution also use a lot of prompt. So the prompt for this, like, for example, using a designer, by the way, some one of Microsoft products. If you subscribe to Microsoft 365, you'll be able to use it. It's really help you generate brand new image, brand new whatever, like whether it's a 2D, 3D, whatever you want, based on the prompt. Actually, you command and you come up with something. So all my PowerPoint slide background is a prompt using the color of my sock. So that's what happened. So the background of generative AI is AI. Because AI is not really new, as I briefly talked about that. It's been around for a long, long time, 50s. I think that was the time. Just keep clicking when I say stop. This guy called Alan Turing wrote his book called, I try to remember the name of the book. It's like Machinery and Intelligence, Computing, Machinery, and Intelligence book, anyway. So eventually, based on book, it come a Turing test, really try to talk to machine, right? That was many, many years ago. Eventually, it's a new theory or new concept. It's like we call machine learning. And machine learning has become really new, we say, discipline research, which really advanced AI to the next stage. And eventually, a few years ago, Dr. Fan mentioned about this like a chain of thoughts, like it's real papers. That's another very important paper he didn't mention. Is called retention, is what you need, right? From our DeepMind. It's really changed the way we actually apply AI technology or use technology by really training a specific model for doing specific AI tasks or mission, if you like. And because of that, it's a new technology come up, or new concept, if you like, we call generative AI. With that, it's like all this AI or this like content or image or information that the AI system help us to draft, I'll say, letters or create new, I'll say, documents or image and so on and so forth. It's really based on these two very important paper. Of course, a company called OpenAI that actually pick up this, like, I would say, concept, if you like, and fine-tune it and really optimize it and launch a technology we call ChatGPT in like November, December last year. And the whole world, actually, everybody experienced that and thought, oh, it's a great product that we really can apply not just personal experience, but also like a company or commercial experience to that. So that's bring me to this like this chair. I think it's because Microsoft Microsoft strike a partnership, if you like. We call it a multi-year and multi-billion dollar partnership with OpenAI. So OpenAI is the company behind the technology that people use, for example, ChatGPT, or even many, I would say, versions of that being coming out. So because this partnership that we're able to license the technology to our platform, so we can actually use it to embed into the product that we offer to market, and also use these very 4 important models to allow our commercial customers to leverage this technology and apply to their specific, I would say, application or use cases. So these 4 models are very popular models. I think most of the applications we use actually based on these 4 models. I'm not going into detail, but I think this is probably the most technical or marketing slide. So I really want to use that one more quick piece to explain this partnership. We actually use OpenAI, these 4 important models, and bring it to our cloud technology platform. So all our enterprise or SME customer, or if they already use Microsoft Cloud, they'll be able to leverage these models through the standard way they actually do with Microsoft. We also use this technology embed into the products that many of our customers are using. For example, Microsoft like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Teams, and so on. So yeah, I'll probably not go through that. I think you all play around with like a ChatGPT, but fundamentally, this all we call foundation models, right? GPT is really a foundation model. You actually not really program, use like a Python or Java to tell the computer what to do, the model what to do, is that we do a prompt, tell you what to do. GPT model is like, say, I want to have a pet tagline for my marketing slogan, you do it for you. Another important model we call KODW is really, as I mentioned, we don't really need programmers to write program now. It just tells system what you want to do. And based on this, I would say, prompt or natural language, you can generate a lot of programming language, including like SQL statement, or Python, or JavaScript. So the whole world is run out of programmers, right? We're losing programmers. So in this case, anybody can become a programmer by using this model. The last but not least is all this like a DALL-E model. DALL-E model is really a popular model that we, especially in the designer communities, you use a lot. A lot of tools are in the market already available. Just give a prompt and you create something for you, especially it's amazing 2D, 3D image and so on. So the application use case is tremendous. This technology is very good to generate new stuff. For example, you can replace like a natural language chatbot. You can use it to actually help you to create tasks, write up drafts, statement, or language to do like document summary and generate image, especially in the designer field. So I don't know if I have time to cover that. Dan, when you want to go through it? Yeah, maybe just one slide, prefer two slides, next one. So a lot of people talk about this, like one more slide. Well, responsible AI, a lot of people talk about that. And as a matter of fact, I think there's an announcement in EU is they just like have a AI regulation, you feel like just pass their board. So this technology is so powerful. So if we not manage it in the right way, it could be harmful as well. So we do have a what called responsible AI best practice or framework, and it's not because of this generation AI. Like we've been using that this framework for quite a long time, since 2017 or 16. Okay, it's multi-years experience. The way it works is we have to define a framework, and actually a lot of organizations around the world, including government, also use this framework. The framework including fairness, your model needs to be not biased. Okay, need to be fair. I think Maggie talked about that. Your system needs to be reliable and secure, and you have to protect privacy as well as like inclusive. You don't want to remove some people from using a system or exclude people from using a system. And fundamentally, the two areas most important. The system that you offer to your customer or your user need to be transparent. You have to tell people what you can do, what you cannot do as well. And someone has to be accountable for that. Human needs to be accountable. You cannot bring AI for wrongdoing. And this is a practice guideline we also publish to the market. Use case, I probably don't have time for that. So this is really a designer, Microsoft Design. Just go to designer.microsoft.com and play around with that. Next slide, please. Next slide is the video. Probably skip that too, right? Because I don't have time. My turbo mode.
I feel like I'm in an auction. He's going so fast now.
Yeah,
like,
maybe pay this slide. This one's good. This one
Fred's meta-human is super speed slow.
Okay. Let me pay this. Okay. I'm sure you like this. This is what we call Copilot. We're going to infuse into our Microsoft 365 product. Can you play the video for me, please? Just one more click.
Everyone is at a moment when they wish they could turn their proposal into a customer-ready presentation without having to start from scratch. Well, guess what? Now you can. Using just your own words, Copilot can translate Word into PowerPoint, and it can also translate PowerPoint into a Word document. Now you have a professional-looking presentation that you can hone and polish. Let's say you want to add a slide. Give Copilot some quick instructions. There it goes, ready for you to review. So this slide is too wordy. Let's ask Copilot to make it more visual. I'll give it a few seconds. And check this out, Copilot can even animate the slide. It gives it a professional design treatment in a single click. But it doesn't stop there. Copilot can even generate speaker notes. No, I'm serious, speaker notes. It's not only a time saver, it's helping me be a better presenter and close this deal.
Next slide, please. I hope it's the last slide. Yeah, it is. Okay, the last slide is really important. Robot was drinking coffee, Pisacco stuff, whatever. Yeah.
So very exciting to see that. I hate PowerPoint, and this is going to be my favorite tool that I'm going to use from now on. But so Copilot in general is basically going to be integrated across the entire suite. And most importantly, you've built a framework around it for privacy security. So if I'm a company, all of my data and all of that I'm using now is secure, it's trusted, and so I don't feel like I'm just giving it away to ChatGPT. I don't know where it's going or which AI is taking my data, right? And I think that's an important element of, as we use it as businesses now, how that it's responsible in the way that we got to train it. And I think you were using it as well with WP, saying we're creating our own, which uses ChatGPT and all the different tools, but we train it on our data, on our clients, on what we want. Now we're just using this within a certain framework, right? And I think that's with Copilot, it just basically becomes, and it learns with me as well, right? So across all the platforms, it's also now following me as part of that user, correct?
Yeah, exactly. I think the beauty of this, by the way, this Copilot is more for commercial use, for enterprise or SME. The way it works is like a large language model is really a foundation technology. But we also couple it with what we call another technology called Microsoft Graph. What is Microsoft Graph is indexing everything, every document, every information around your organizations. So you have a PowerPoint, a lot of PowerPoint decks. Also have a lot of PowerPoint decks. We are on a common tenant, allow you to access mine, you allow me to access yours, and we actually sharing this graph. So for instance, if I want to see an AI image, like I would say PowerPoint, introduction PowerPoint from my organization, it does not just go to my own, I would say, a folder. You also go to entire organization's folder, find this information for me. How many times when I need a financial report, I talk to my admin assistant, hey, help me to get a financial report. And she make a few calls and she will send you an email. But if everything under what we call same tenant of an enterprise, it can just use a natural language prompt. Say, I want the latest financial forecast. And that will go to whoever on that email will send it to me. That's how it works.
So can we trust that? I mean, this is an interesting part, and as you start using it, it's all about prompts, right? Yep. That you have to become better and better. They say a new position is a prompt engineer, but that's going to be gone in 3 years anyways, right? As it grows with us. And just learning it, it's really about how you're talking to it, what you're asking for. But I've also seen a lot of cases that this 90% seems true, and then 10%, it's not true. So how do we protect ourselves on accuracy, authenticity?
Yeah, I think it's a great discussion. Like the reason why a lot of people bring up this trust issue, so you all play around with this ChatGPT, and we actually experience with hallucination, right? So it's thought like enterprise class like ChatGPT also have hallucination, but there's a way we can mitigate that. So don't forget, the way we access all this model are through API. It's really you build your own application front end. And you can build a lot of mitigation, I would say, or a process to ensure the information come to your end user are correct before you actually send it over, right? So I'm sure like Dr. Fan's solution is not just like a simple black box. You also have a lot of application of module in front of it to ensure the content before you deliver to the end user are clean, are right, are not really abusive. So this is how the application layer can actually do this kind of thing. So Dr. Fan may have first.
I think one key task in order to use responsible AI, right, is really not necessarily making bigger models. It's actually about alignment with between the model and the human value system, or alignment with the information, alignment with the brands, etc., etc. I think alignment is really engineering work before AI can be fully rolled out to a general public.
We talked about creative leadership and the role of design. It seems like this is even a more critical time for design and creative leadership to step into this process before it goes too quick, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think human plays a major role in this. I mean, powerful tools, but then we have the responsibility to build in the guidelines, the guardrails in utilizing it. And I think setting up the ambition, understanding your readiness in AI as an organization is important. It's just like how we can integrate existing practice and code. We are not throwing them away with the new technology. It's about how we can incorporate them into the new system.
What's the designer's role in this, do you think?
Well, I think there are three things, right? One is that designer really need to embrace this new tool. It's a new sort of a tool to emancipate creativity. And second is that designer always wants to solve bigger problems, right? Now you have a more powerful instrument that you can actually solve the problem, not just talking about solving the problem. And the third is, I think designer, the design capability, the roles of designer should be sort of more generalized. So everyone will have the design capability. Before only designers can draw, now everyone can have the creative skills. So it will help a lot of communications. It will help a lot of narrative storytellings. It will empower us to express better and more clear.
And it was interesting when you laid out your charts, right? It was
ideation, inspiration, ideation, and creation.
And I think, you know, in a fast-moving world, we can only do this much currently. And really what you're saying is we're able to take all of those in this amount of time, right?
Yeah, we can. Well, before, if you think about a design class, we only spend, 1 day to think about the idea, and we spend another 3 weeks to produce the drawings. But why not we produce the drawings on the first night? And then we can, and the second day we can change completely after we interview with the users, right? And the third day, after we go to the factory, we understand some new technology, and we can change the design again. So I think that is the sort of the flywheel that I'm talking about.
Fundamental change, isn't it?
Paradigm shift.
Paradigm shift. So last, really quick, we're out of time now, but your last kind of point that you think is most important for the audience to take away, what they should be doing jumping into using this new technology.
I think I just mentioned about it. I think it's also a soul searching within your organization about assessing your AI readiness, because it's important. The alignment, as Dr. Van and Fred also mentioned, is hugely essential.
Is that the CTO's job? Is that the designer's job? Marketing?
No, I think it's everyone's. Like it has to get all the key stakeholders involved. It's not just one person, because I think everyone's opinion on how we use the AI matters.
Right?
Yeah, I think it's another, it's a similar topic about digital skill topic, right? I think all the jobs require digital skill, and eventually all the jobs will require AI and digital skill. So I think everyone should actually pick up that knowledge, and organization or owners of companies should encourage your staff to actually continue to learn their skill. It could be a lifelong learning journey as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Talk is cheap. Build and create and reflect afterwards.
On that note, talk is cheap. It's all about action. Well, thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
have invited some of our speakers today and yesterday to come together to discuss the role of designer and design itself in building a better future. We welcome on stage once again Professor Francesca Velsecchi from Tongji University in Shanghai, Mr. Rama Girajo from the Royal College of Arts in London, Mr. Pieter Vanos from Circle, the Netherlands, and Ms. Maggie Wong from Underman Thompson, Hong Kong. We're delighted to have Mr. Darren Chukri, founder of Managing Director of HK Initiative, again to moderate this panel. Welcome the panelists and Mr. Chukri.
It's certainly been an amazing 2 days, and how do we wrap all this up? There's, every session I listened, there was something I took away. And then there was the next session, another point, and there's so much. And I want today to get your guys' personal insight as to what you took away, across the different speakers, the discussions you have, and why it's so important that design is playing the role it is to bridge the gap between, the complex challenges that we face in society. So quickly, who's going to start? The biggest takeaway that you've had from the last 2 days, Rama. People first. That was my people first.
It's actually in the title of the conference, knowledge. I think there is a lot of knowledge that we have, a lot of knowledge that we share, a lot of knowledge around creativity and the power of it. And I think, I'm gonna go back to the talking point of design making every conversation better. So it's something that I feel, and it was absolutely reinforced here. And the takeaway that I sort of walk away with is we have a lot of knowledge. It's called Knowledge of Design Week. It's about the translation into action. And I think that was the conversations I was certainly having outside, was how do we make sure that we're not just virtue signaling I don't think we were doing that on stage, but how do we ensure that conversations don't stop at 5:30 and you go back to 500 emails? How do we ensure that this knowledge is consciously and actively translated into something that makes a difference?
Well, it's a mindset, correct? It's behavior change, mindset. And I also think, Peter, you talked about the designers in Europe. There's a word that they call themselves now. What is that?
Well, yes. Well, they call themselves, at least they all want to be a change agent. And I think that is the same here. So no matter the discipline or the sector they're in, everybody was talking, okay, can I bring something to society that makes society look better? And everybody is convinced that that is the role of the designer. But how to play that role, what is important? Are you first going to imagine how the future looks like, or are you just start working somewhere? And I think that is a very good debate, and it's also good to learn from different sectors and also from different perspectives how you can, ignite that process.
But they call themselves change makers,
yes.
Right? Get-go. I'm a change maker. Right? Isn't that an interesting behavioral way to approach it?
It certainly is, and it's also good because that is confidence, and it's also a positive and energy-bringing aspect. So yes, and I think that is also the role of designers.
Yesterday we said, what is the definition of design? And the first one was, design was here to solve complex problems. Design was about communication. And it was interesting, aesthetics was far down the line. And from that perspective in communication, how important it is communication playing across all sorts of different designers, mixing them with the business, with the stakeholders? What's the key to success?
I think it's a world of collaborations. So communication definitely plays a key role in bringing people together, especially nowadays. It's getting so complex with the emerging technology. We are not even sure how to use it in a lot of time. And I just had a discussion outside about how do we clear the right issue that we face every day. So I think there's no definitive answer all the time. So it requires communication and collaboration. So that's why we're having this open dialogue to ensure that everyone is on the same page and we can actually get going, kickstart.
Francesca, tomorrow, what do you take away? What's going to change about you?
Well, there is more to do, I think, like more action and I think like this idea from talking and then taking some decision and doing maybe smaller things, but that can be activated right away, and then we can see a transformation right away, and then we can continue in this process. I think, from my experience, also there has been like a lot of design in terms of like planning of big systems. And I don't think that systems can be planned too much, or maybe now is the time to just like radically produce this transformation. So try to think about ways to do that.
How do you stay focused? To me, there's so much happening, so much transformation changing the world so fast that we've got to learn so much. How do you keep on a focused path?
Well, I had another remark, and that's about complexity. Because I think everyone who was on stage was able to make his or her topic very not complex. So Rama with just a triangle with 3 elements in it. And then it became very clear. The guy's talking about XR. Well, I don't know that much about it, but after they had explained, it was pretty clear to me. So I think we should not only focus on the complexity, but also on how designers can make it less complex and very much applicable. And I think everybody was succeeding in that.
What's the challenges that's blocking a positive path forward? That's an open question. You had that answer right there, Rama. That was the one. I saw it in your eyes.
I was just thinking what you were saying. I think it was Oscar Wilde who said, I'm writing you a long letter because I haven't got the time to write a short one. And that's something that, when we started our center, our intentions was written on a 10-page document, and it took us 3 years to get it down to 1 sentence. I think these things do take time. Simplicity is an undertaught, undervalued kind of concept. So things are complex because we make them complex, but a simple intention just needs to be an intention. And I think, you said it beautifully.
What's your 1 sentence?
For the center, it's to use design to improve life. That's it.
Well, there is something about, it's true that things are complex because we make them complex, but that's, I think, a part of complexity of making things more complicated and kind of like blurry or entangled. But things are complex because they are related to one another. They are absolutely in connection. And so I think, in that sense, working on smaller parts and just placing a role and understanding the connection could actually, it doesn't make the system less complex, it just make the complexity more clear and actionable. So I think like this is like going on like simplifying that sense. So like becoming actionable in that sense, I think is key.
Then I guess technology plays a big role. As we discussed before, it actually automates a lot of the tasks that you don't want to do, or which is repetitive, or something that maybe it's better to give it to the machine so that we can all focus on the more important one, simplify things, making things better for the world.
I think it's with Ling Fan, he was talking about that, right? It was almost like he built that relationship.
Human-machine
personal relationship with, the
with the machine.
The way he talked about it really was. And as I'm using ChatGPT or chatbots, I find myself yelling and screaming at a chatbot. Why? And I'm like, it's how do we interact with technology on a human level, right? Before it's just a machine. But this is what happened in Skynet, in Terminator as well, right? So what do we have to do to keep a human-centric approach as the technological revolution is taking over in AI and everything? What role do we play or need to play?
I think they are not, just to me, they're not like two opposing forces. They're not mutually exclusive. Actually, I think they are twos. And it depends on how we human make good use of it. So we are in a sort of collaborative relationship rather than it's not like me or you or it's going to exclude each other.
Maybe the way that we interact with technology can make us reflect on how we also interact with other humans, like kind of reflect on the behavior itself. And so in this way, maybe spending some effort in improving that.
But don't we walk down the street like this?
Well, maybe that's not the only technology that we are talking about. Maybe if that would be reflected a little bit more, then people maybe could just like, sometimes when you realize that you're doing that, maybe you just like put the phone in the pocket and finish the message later, I don't know.
How do we move forward into a people first, as you said, idea, purpose-driven world where, circularity is a good example. Clint, yesterday, was like, circularity, my least favorite word. And to me, it's a scary word because as you started drawing these complicated systems and a complicated infrastructure, it was also difficult to go, how do I jump on as a starting point? Do I have to know all of this complex system in order to jump in? Or where do I jump in? And how do I use that driving force to keep me on the right path?
You ask me or you ask?
Both of you.
Rama, you first. This is a complex question.
Well, we're wearing a very similar jacket.
Exactly.
So we might give each other's answers. I think there's a very simple thing with technology, with navigating complexity, with putting people first, is to start with the most unheard voices, start with the margins and move to the mainstream. So with technology, for example, one thing I've seen happening, and I really advocate, we do a lot of work in the world of accessibility, and I often say that people with disabilities are like what Serena Williams is to tennis, they are to design. And I'm going to qualify that because if you're going to design a tennis racket, you get it right for Serena Williams, it's probably right for the rest of us. For people who have visual impairments, for people who have all sorts of challenges, great applications for technology come from that inclusion. We did a project on driverless vehicles with the UK government, and one of the surprising things that came from the research is visually impaired people are actually, a lot of them were advocating to be the lead adopters. So, you may be looking at wealthy people or kind of technology-led people. So I think we sort of need to break that hype cycle of early adopters and redefine that. Look at the most unheard voices, bring people in.
Yeah, I have a total other answer to this, and that's on the circle methodology. So we bring in companies that want to make their first step in circularity. We provide them with a lot of knowledge. They immediately apply it in really a pressure cooker format. And in the end, they have a result. And the biggest compliment we can get is two things. One, okay, we thought it was very complex, but now it's clear and it's quite simple where to start. And the other thing is, well, we collaborated with a lot of people and it was also fun. And so just by starting, not asking too many questions, we realized, well, we make this step. So that's also a way, just jump in and like you had on yours, just do it.
How do we bring the different stakeholders together in this? I think that was a conversation a lot of people had last night was, we realized the importance of design in the process. And we realized that we have to the goal is to bring these different people around, but we're like, then who does that, right? Especially in company scenarios where you've got marketing, you got your CFO, you got the different people. How do we bring this together, and what are those key steps that we need to take? Even if we're not in that position, shouldn't we take it as a personal charge each day? What's your lessons?
I think it's about having a common vision that aligned everybody, because obviously every person comes from different background and they have their own KPI agenda, especially in a business organization. But then there surely will be, we need to find a common ground, which is the shared vision, and that can bring people together.
I think sometimes it's a little bit of subterfuge because I'm just riffing off some of the examples that I've heard said, and some of the things that were part of the research for the book. But people in companies did things like book clubs as a way of actually reverse mentoring, which is listening to people who are not normally in positions of decisions or power, to use that old-fashioned word. But actually, it's through the metaphor of a book club, and those sort of things have grown. And one of the things we were, talking about in the green room up there, the meet and mingle room, was how might we sort of share a pool of resources as to what these things are? How have you brought people together? How have you done it? How can we learn from each other? And I think that's a design project in itself.
You said the most important part was about leading with empathy. And I want to push a little bit on that. Is that just a buzzword? What does that take away? And is that my reality or their reality? How do you define empathy that puts it into a real case?
So I will probably get down on my knees and pray every night that empathy does not become a buzzword. But there is a danger of that. I think by itself it's not enough, and that's why we talk about clarity and creativity sort of being, if empathy is a fuselage, they're the wings. You've got to triangulate. I think almost anything that becomes a buzzword can have the life sucked out of it, but the intention of it can be there. So I don't think it's a buzzword, but certainly people, it's a bit like a toddler discovering their navel. It's the most amazing thing on the planet, but you don't quite know what it does. And one of the things I think we need to do, design is a bit like that for many organizations. So I've just got a picture of a toddler playing with their navel. But how do you deploy it? How is design most usefully briefed? And it's ditto with empathy.
How do we bring inclusivity a little bit more into this equation as well? Across generations even. It seems like the generation gap is growing even wider and wider and wider. What is it going to take to help bring a focused approach back?
Well, Rama was talking about looking in the mirror as a leader, and I think there's one other thing, at least also very important, and that's listening.
Yeah, I was thinking about
And I think when you are a leader, you should not only tell people what to do, but you should certainly also listen. And I think in many companies there are groups like young people, like people not often listened to from other backgrounds, that come with really good ideas about change, new things, and you should listen to that. Embrace it, but make sure that you not overtake it, because the power that those people bring, you should encourage it. And I think that is also a very important thing in leadership. I don't know if you agree on that one. And then it's also very empathic if you do so.
Yeah, we speak a lot about storytelling as kind of like a designer capability and a strategic role, but you cannot be a storyteller if you don't know how to listen. And you don't have an idea about also how your story will be perceived by the people around. So I think that there is a powerful, I think, energy in the storytelling as a capacity of expression, which is, of course, very, very positive, but the listening is what gives a space of lower voices or like other form of expression also to be perceived and to be included. So I think is an answer to the inclusivity problem.
What happens when you're in that tough moment? Sim, listening to him was really interesting, and what he didn't say is, he's got the lives of 1,000 people on his shoulders, and at one point they had practically nothing in the bank and said, that's it. But because they had purpose and they had a value, it brought them together, their community. But how do you get past that? We're all under so much pressure, and everything's a pressure cooker. Right? How can we shift our mindset, as you say, look in the mirror or use creativity and design thinking to come out of those in a different way? Because a lot of times we run. It's so busy. There's so much happening. What do you do when you're under? I'd like to hear from each of you, actually, from a personal thing. When you're that stressed moment, how do you pull yourself out? Rama, you had an interesting one.
I can't quite remember what I said, but what comes to mind now, it was.
Remember you said a negative thing, wasn't it? Somebody said, maybe it wasn't you. They said, if I say, oh shit, idiot or whatever, I blame myself, right? I drop the glass, but then I take a second. Yeah. And I also kind of now have to say, I've heard that word, and that's a negative approach, right?
It was every word carries a seed of change. And it was sort of inspired, I'm sort of paraphrasing Bruce Lee here, who said, got to do it in Hong Kong. But he said something along the lines of, if you say a negative word about yourself, won't it actually take root? Mm-hmm. This was a sort of practice. In the book, we talk about inject a little joy into your everyday and have that moment of peace. And I think the word thing was if you do something and call yourself an idiot, say 3 things that are positive. I grew a beard. That's positive. I ironed my shirt. That's another positive thing. And I was doing that this morning in the hotel. And I think the final thing just to say about stress for me is one word. It's breathe. So much of our activity is connected to breath work. And that's something that really came to me in lockdown. Someone said in lockdown you become either a chunk, a monk, a hunk, or a drunk. And I all of them. I think I went through the. It was like
which one were you?
Depends on if it was a Monday or a Saturday. But I think part of it was deeply getting into yogic practice because I could see the wheels coming off my life. To breathe.
To me, actually, ask for help. Asking for help doesn't mean you are weak. Actually, you are strong because you know you can get help from other people. And I think that's so important for our mental health. So have trust in the people around you. I have trust on my team. So, we face the pressure, problems every single day. So just work together and ask for help.
You're hesitating.
I have a different strategy, but I think the most straightforward is just like you go to a park and you look around you. Park is a place where usually people is quite in a good mood. And so you do nothing and you just go to a park.
It's funny you say that because in an urban environment here, we forget about that. And I think during the pandemic, when I realized if I just went for a walk on the waterfront,
it was just so much better.
for 30 minutes a day, completely de-stressed and changed my whole outlook. And you get used to it every day. We're working constantly, this, that. And that 30 minutes just completely realigned the neurons and the outlook, how you responded to things, how you thought. And I think that's our challenge is that we don't connect enough with nature, even in the human connections. So funny, it's remote working, the big argument now is, do we go back to the office, do we stay at home? And it's funny, in Hong Kong, you see people don't even talk to each other lined up in all the cubicles. If there's no cubicles, are they talking with each other? And I think, isn't this part of the design process is we've got to change that concept as well. How do we get people interacting with each other? You had one thing that was important, Rama, last night. He said today, he goes, do you have your own mission? You got to have joy. You got to do purpose, what you want. Your job's got to bring joy to you, right? But he said, what's your love letter to the world? When you leave, what's your love letter to the world? That simple statement, riding home through the tunnel last night, it was just shocking to me. I go, you're right. I don't know what that is. And I think similar is this whole conference is about exploring this not only internally in our professional lives, but in the community. How do we bring change? And I think it was a fantastic, point that you've mentioned on that.
I thought you had a fantastic answer because you actually honestly said, I don't know. And I wasn't driving through the tunnel, but I was walking through a tunnel. And tunnels I love parks and tunnels for and it just really comes from that. It actually came from working with civil servants. And one of the things that they said is, design allows us to be creative and think that we are here to serve civil society. And in the conversation yesterday, so I'm re-quoting Darren as he's quoting me, you actually said, when you think of you being in love with someone or something and you write that love letter, it's intense, it's personal, it again brings to life, it kind of fires words because from your heart, because your true intention, your true power, powers up from within. And I started thinking on the way home, I always talk about design being my love letter to the world, but how does it act? How does it actively play out? So without going too existential, it was just this conscious thing of what do I devote the minutes in my years to?
Yeah, well, bringing it back to circularity or buying things. So
this is going to be your love letter to the world, right?
I don't know. No, it's not my. Yeah, it's my love letter, maybe. No, so if you buy something, you have a positive stimulus for only 10 minutes, and then people even are in doubt if they did the right thing. If you are in contact and communicating, collaborating with someone, it already is a higher level of involvement and also of satisfaction. But if you can really help somebody, that is the highest perceived feeling of luckiness, love. And so what do we do in our linear economy? We buy a lot, and we think that we take a lot of happiness out of that. So I think we should also then reconnect with people, and that's also about love and about helping people and being relevant in the community. So that's on a more, well, maybe philosophical level, and I think that's the same as what Rama is saying. That's also about, well, love, and not only loving yourself, but loving the planet and loving the community.
Final takeaway. What's your advice? After you take a second, think about it, and you're going to walk away tonight, the first thing you're going to say, what did you learn today? What was that interesting thing that you're going to take personally away from here?
Okay. For me, it's about to be creative and responsible. I think creative, I think everybody knows what it means. But then responsible is not just in the tech area. It's more about like being responsible to be a member of this planet, member of the community. So you actually think about all the consequences that you do.
Advice is a big responsibility to give to others.
But it's that first thing that you're going to say, and when you walk out, right? That key takeaway.
Well, yeah, I think like the complexity as not as a problematic aspect, but actually as an opportunity to go back to action-based practice. So it's just like, whatever it's difficult, then it doesn't matter, you just do your thing, and then it will connect with the rest eventually.
It's step by step.
Step by step. Like step by step. I think there is, step by step. And possibly slow.
Peter.
We should even more unleash the power of designers as a change agent.
Okay, and if you told me that, what does that mean?
So
explain that to me in different terms, that I might not, a friend that has no idea about this industry. What does that mean?
What does that mean? That all designers are, or not all, most of them I spoke and were here today, they want to bring positive change. And they're all trying to find their way to do that in a creative but also effective way. And I think we need each other in order to find that path. And so by connecting with each other, supporting each other, building confidence in that, that is unleashing that power. Is that more concrete?
That's good. Brahma.
So I think it's two things. One is create consciously, because if you are conscious when you create, it's an active, conscious kind of innovation. It's a conscious act. I think in that is everything you need to know. And the second thing actually came from the two of you just now, and it's to do with listening. Listening being a kind of tool for opening up the hands and heart.
I think to me it's about we're all designers. Design has to be across everything we do. It's no longer just this, it's a process. It's a whole outlook of life and what we take on and how we take on it and how we should promote it. So for me, it's exciting to have you all here. Thank you so much for giving us your incredible insight. And thank you all as well for joining us in the conference. And of course, BODW, remember, we have a lot of this, all videotapes, and all these sessions will all be on BODW Plus as well. So thank you all and appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Man has always been drawn to the harmony of balance. The ancient Greeks found it in symmetry. The Chinese in yin and yang. Perfectly balanced beauty. However, the complexities of commerce often force the scales. That's why we believe in another way. One that aligns purpose with profit. One that enhances social values, and one that reflects the future, not the past. We call this the 3 Ps: people, prosperity, and planet. Balance those, and we've created harmony. A destination everyone wants to visit.
you.